Abby's on her way.
Val is in now as well.
Val is in? Okay, good. That's enough for me. I just don't want to race too far ahead and not have enough people.
Yeah, you can't go forward without Val.
I'm here. I'm here.
I know it came off sounding that way. Hello, Val.
Hello.
Well, now that you're here, we can start the meeting.
Sorry.
The party's just getting going. Okay. So it's 5:02. I'm pretty sure that we're live. And so I'm going to read my script here. Okay, folks, welcome to the Tuesday's meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. As a preliminary matter, this is Ray Pohl speaking, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on this agenda are present and can hear me. So this is at this time, because I believe Abby's going to be coming in, but members, when I call your names.
I'm here.
Oh, you are? Oh, great, Abby, thanks. All right, members, when I call your names, if you could respond in the affirmative, that would be great. Diane Coombs.
Here.
Very good, Diane, thank you. Val Oliver.
Here.
Fantastic. Abby Camp.
Aye. Here.
Great. John McLaughlin.
Aye.
Oh, listen to that, everyone. Loud and clear. Fantastic, John. Okay, Carrie Thornwell.
Here.
All right, I think that's it for now. Jesse's going to join us a little later on. I know that much. I don't know about Stephen. Oh, Stephen's at the
Dentist.
dentist. He'll be on later as well. Okay, staff, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Kadeem McCarthy.
Present.
Thank you, Kadeem. And once again, thank you for helping John on the computer.
My
Holly
pleasure.
Backus.
Present.
Very good, Holly. Other speakers at tonight's meeting will be announced as the particular applications come up. Good evening. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the Historic District Commission is convening by video conference via the Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other people may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided to members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. We're about to begin the first item on the agenda, but before we go there, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comments, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. And further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. And also, please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps Terry generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. After the presentations have been made and before the members have spoken, I will afford public comment to those members of the public that have joined our meeting via Zoom. Members of the public who wish to speak must state their names and be acknowledged by and speak through the chair. Finally, each vote taken tonight will be conducted by roll call. Thank you all very much. And let me just ask the question of the staff first. Is this agenda good to go?
Mr. Chair, this
Yes, sir.
agenda is good to go. The only slight change we would have, not really a change, is that numbers 19 through 22 under new business 914 being 27 Fair Street and 29 Fair Street are being held today until next Tuesday's meeting at the request of the applicant.
Okay.
Not certain if there are any abutters here that affects.
Well, yeah, thanks for bringing that up because I do believe there may be some, just to be clear, we are not hearing the 27 Fair Street application for anyone in the audience there who is wanting to participate on that one. That's going to next Tuesday, right, Kadeem?
That is correct. It'll be next Tuesday, October 5th.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. So that's slight modification to our agenda, but can I have a motion to approve today's?
Motion to approve the agenda, taking out 27 and 29.
Very
Yes.
good. Thank you so much. Diane's made a motion on that motion. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John. That was a yes? Believe so. Was that an aye, John?
Aye, yes.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Thank you. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. Thank you, Diane. Next up, consent agenda, 20 items. Let's see, anyone need to recuse from our?
I
regular-
do.
You do need to recuse?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, number 19. So could Carrie sit in on this one?
I can.
All right, very good. Thanks, Carrie. Can somebody give me a motion? Oh, come on, folks.
Oh,
You can do
motion
it.
to approve the consent agenda.
Oh, Carrie, fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so on Carrie's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
Aye,
Great. Carrie, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Now we're consent with conditions that can be back to the regular board, I believe.
I make a motion to approve consent with conditions and to correct a mistake that I made
Oh,
this afternoon was that I was thinking 7 Mile Lane was in town and it isn't, it's out in Sconset.
oh, okay. But so that you're good with this consent with
Yeah,
conditions,
it's, I'm
obviously,
fine.
because you have made a motion to approve it. So on Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John.
aye,
Thank you, John. Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
Great, and I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, now we're along to, it is listed as new business, however, it appears that the first couple of applications actually have boards. So, oh, I
Mr.
guess
Chair,
that's,
that is correct. They were reviewed barely, essentially. They were asked for views, so we just kept them here so we could keep them on top.
I hear you. And let me just say, number 5, we can strike. That's an application out of my office, and we don't need to review that at this time. I need to consult with our owners on that. one.
Mr. Chair, when you say strike, am I keeping that on the agenda for Thursday, bringing it back on Tuesday, or is it coming off until you guys say when?
Let's say Tuesday.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. Okay. So item number 1, 23 Ranger Road. Do we have Mr. Toesdorf?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. And we have an established board, myself, John, Diane, Stephen and Jesse. Okay.
Jesse is here.
Oh, Jesse's here. Okay. So, Mr. Toesdorf, seeing as Stephen Welch is not with us at the moment, he's at the dentist, would you be okay with having Carrie Thornwell sit in? Because she is
Sure.
listed as an alternate.
Sure.
Okay, then let's go. That's great. Okay, so do you have more to say on this application? I don't remember, Mr. Toesdorf, or
I think.
Oh,
the-
this is about visibility. Okay, I totally remember
Question of
now.
visibility from Ranger Road.
Yes, exactly.
And you were going to come out and take a look at it?
Yes,
There was some question, I guess, of whether it was 12 feet or 8.
right. Okay. Thank you.
I have a video that I took this afternoon of out of my car window driving up Ranger Road. If
Oh,
that would help anybody on the board who hasn't.
well, actually,
Please.
let's give it a try. I mean, as long as you
Okay.
have it. Now, is that,
It's on my phone, so if I do that, will that work?
uh, can everyone see that? I can.
I can.
I
All
can't.
right, so why don't you go forward with that video?
Okay,
Oh, no, didn't work.
okay. Oops, sorry. This is coming up Ranger Road.
You're driving awfully fast there.
Oh, okay, now,
That was the driveway.
is it going the right, there it goes. Okay,
Oh, now it stopped.
No, but that last building was the house, the building.
let me see if I can get a little bit bigger. Give me a minute here. A
It
little
sounds like we may want to
technological.
have a still of the house.
Um,
You know, the part where you can actually see the house is
Yeah, so go back.
probably the part that's most important to this application.
Okay, here we go. Okay, this is driving up Ranger Road.
It stopped.
Oh, it stopped.
It stopped, yeah.
Oh,
Don't turn it around.
I have to turn it around, otherwise the board can't see it.
No, I don't mean that. Okay, just hold on.
That must be their house.
There,
There's the house.
There's the house,
okay.
and that's the entrance to the
Okay.
driveway.
Did everyone see the side of the
The
gable
last
there?
little bit is
And there's the garage, and then that's it.
that's where the deck would be.
And we're the last house on the road, so there isn't very much after us. So I did take a picture of what comes after us, which is, that's what Ranger Road does after us. It goes up a steep hill and goes across the open ground to Nantucket Road.
And nobody uses it.
And there's virtually no traffic on this road at all, and we're the last house. So,
Okay. Fair enough. Let's see if our board members have any questions on your.
Chair?
Was that somebody want?
Yes, sir, it's Holly.
Oh, Holly, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to request if we could get a copy of the video and photos for the record.
Sure.
Good
Yeah.
idea.
You could
Yeah.
email it to us, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay, who would like to start on this application?
I will.
Is that you, John?
Yes.
All right, go for it.
Could I see the plot plan, please?
There you go.
Okay, Ranger Road, yeah. Could I see the north elevation, please? And the south elevation, please.
South, really, nothing's happening there.
I think it's a happy little cottage. That's all I can say. Thank you.
All right. You sound like Abby. Abby anthropomorphizes buildings. Thank you, John. Diane, you ready?
You're
Yep.
welcome.
I don't think that there's a problem. I don't think up on up part of Ranger Road, you would be able to discern whether it's 8 or 12 feet long, wide. It fits in very well. I have no problem with it.
Very good. Thank you, Diane. Jesse?
I have no concerns.
All right. How about you, Carrie?
I agree. I think it actually helps the elevation. Just give it a little texture on the front.
Does.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we have liftoff. May somebody give me a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Sounds good to me. Thanks, Diane. On that motion, John,
Mr. Chairman, I have one thing I missed.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
West elevation, the porch is out 10 feet. It should go back to 8. I missed that. Thank you.
Well, yeah, we're actually thinking, John, that that's going to be so excuse me, the visibility will be minimal and that's not so bad. That's why Mr. Toesdorf took that video, is to show that that's not going to be highly visible. Now let me get recollected here. So Diane, you had made a motion, correct?
Right, to approve and submit it.
Okay, thank you. So John, are you okay with the motion, or are you going to be opposed because of the length of the porch?
I can't, because that's the way the commission been running until one member or another says they let them go to 10 feet here. Why? It's 8
Well,
foot is the max.
Okay, John, that's because of context. It's because of where this deck happens to be with the vegetation and so forth. But if you're opposed, that's fine. That's your prerogative. Okay? John?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
No, so it sounds like you're going to be opposed to the motion, which is fine.
She's changed her motion?
No. The motion is to approve as submitted because the balance of the board feels like the 10 feet in this location is acceptable because of lack of visibility.
We waste our time if we can't go by her regulations, but go ahead, whatever you want to do.
All right, but I'm going to put you down as opposed. Do you have any objections to that?
Go ahead, Ray, I'm sorry.
All right, okay. Jesse on the motion.
Aye.
Thank you, Carrie.
Aye.
All right. Diane on your motion.
Aye,
And I'm in favor too. So the motion carries 4 in favor. And John, I think I'm going to put you down as objecting to the motion. Would that be fair?
Ray, I vote no. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. So you do object to it. Okay. So 4 in favor, 1 opposed. There you go. You're all set, Mr. Toesdorf. Thank you.
Okay, can I just say one thing? Now that everything's approved, I have never sat in on one of your meetings except for last week, and I am amazed at how much time and effort you folks put into this endeavor. It is really amazing. So you're to be congratulated.
Thank you very much for saying that. I appreciate that. We all appreciate that, I'm sure.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, well, turning now to 13 North Star. This was another view at the end of North Star Lane. Board on both of these applications, it's 2, are John, myself, Diane, Jesse, and Carrie. Essentially the same board that we just had. So let's, Stephen, are you, oh, there you are, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, by Stephen, I meant Stephen Thoreau in this case. I guess what we should probably do, because there was this, do I need to refresh everyone's memory on this one? There was a tremendous amount of landscape proposed that theoretically would be screening the rather large door aperture that would be on the roadside of North Star Lane down at the cul-de-sac. Does anybody need to see any of that again, or are we prepared to discuss it?
I think that we can discuss it.
Okay, you want to start, Diane?
Well, Mr. Chairman, did everybody
Yes.
have a chance to see it?
Yeah, I've been down there.
I did.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
Diane, you want to start?
Okay, I know North Star, and it's a sort of weird street when you go in. And I think that it's not something you're going to drive by and see easily. And if the hardscaping goes in, I think it will be hard to discern the opening of that doorway. I think it's it's not a street that you would continue on. It's sort of the arrival of there at that house. So at the moment, unless something comes up, I think that it could be okay.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Carrie?
I agree. I kind of almost didn't find it. Because I was looking for something that seemed different. But then I actually pulled in what I think is their driveway. But I think as long as that privet stays and it stays at a height that does hide those doors, it'll be fine. I appreciate the fact that these people are not trying to put on a huge tall second floor or huge additions, that this is all, you know, first floor stuff and the hardscape as well as these doors. So I'm okay with this.
Okay, thanks, Carrie.
Mhm.
By the way, getting some feedback. Somebody might be on YouTube or something. Might need to mute the YouTube. Okay, Jesse.
Yeah, I agree with the board. I mean, it's a first story um, um, change, and with the large hedge there, I don't think it's going to be a concern.
Thank you, Jesse. John?
Yes, sir. Thank you. South elevation. On the right side, the 12 lights. How many is that? 2, 4, 8, 12, 16 lights over wood. They ought to make the, change that to a different door on the front door. And then on that, no, that was a, excuse me, I'm sorry, that was a south elevation, right? Now, they want to change them 4 double hungs to 4 multi-pane things. You ought to
Correct.
use three, not 4. It's too many. It's too much glass. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Oh, and you're aware that the door that you referenced initially was existing, correct? That front door, the 16 light one, is existing. Just FYI. Okay, let's see. Was that everyone? You said to Carrie, Jesse, Diane, John, and I'm okay with this. I know the house, I know its location. The fact that what Steve Thoreau is proposing at that end of the house is away from the cul-de-sac and away from the drive. And I think that, well, our next application is for the landscape plan, but I'm comfortable that these doors will not be visible. Perhaps our motion should include a not visible at the time of inspection if anybody is interested in having that level of protection.
I would make that motion.
Okay, so Carrie's made a motion to approve this due to lack of visibility so that the doors will be screened from a Gold Star.
North Star.
North Star, sorry, not Gold Star. That's my neighborhood. From North Star at the time of inspection and thereafter. On that motion, Jesse.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
I have to bend. I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you, John. That was kind. Carrie, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. There you go, Stephen. That's part 1 of your application. Part 2. Okay, let's take a look at that, because honestly, I was only looking at it for the screening aspect of it rather than the rest.
Okay, so we received the comments from the HSAB,
Yes.
and we've made some changes based on their comments.
Oh, right. Right.
Okay.
Yep.
The changes, if we look in the middle of the lot, we have added another hedge of secondary screening.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so now we have 2 barriers of protection to screen that left-hand side of the lot with.
Understood.
and they'll be tall and different heights to protect the view through there. My client wants to move the back hedge up and shorten the length of the driveway. It's too long right now, and he would like a little more lawn. The hedge on the right-hand side of the road, you can't pull in the driveway. The driveway doors are right there on North Star Lane, and he can't pull in the driveway because the hedge won't allow him to do so because there's not enough turning radius to get into the garage from when you make the corner. We then moved the grill that was more towards the street back against the house.
Okay.
And the pool equipment, the pool and patio were approved previously in 2019, but the pool equipment was missing from that approval. And based on the new legislature that went in, we are now 10 feet from the side yard setbacks on each side of that. And are screening that with a 4-foot tall type 2 fence.
Okay.
Thank you.
Stephen, thank you. I was unclear about your description, not that it's really important, but it looks like you're adding hedge on the lower right-hand corner.
No, it says delete hedge.
Oh, okay. So that hedge goes away so that the drive now, am I correct in saying that the drive would go all the way from the first existing hedge that's running north-south all the way past the garage? Is that all open now?
Yeah, to the corner of the garage. Yes, that's correct. To the other hedge along the side yard setback. Again, he wants to be able to pull into the garage, and there are 2 parking spaces outside of the garage. One is that he's shortening to allow more grass for the front of the house.
And I can't really read because it's reduced. What is the material of that drive?
It's existing. If you zoom in on it, I believe it's existing shell.
Shell.
There's a photograph of it right here, Ray. I'm sorry.
Okay.
There you
So
go.
everybody, and it looks like you've got an apron there of Belgian block,
Yes,
correct?
there's an existing apron there that would continue across the face.
Okay, so you're removing the hedge that's behind the bicycles
Yes,
all the way back to the corner of your property.
yes.
Okay, so the Belgian block apron would be rather long. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yes, I would. We would be happy to shorten it if you'd like to, just in front of the garage if necessary, where he
Okay.
drives in.
All right, at this point, I'm just making observations.
Okay.
So we'll see what the board has to say about this. So Holly,
Yes, sir.
do you have
So-
anything that you want to, go ahead.
No, well, just to reiterate HSAB's comments, it seems that the denser vegetation to hide the pool and grill have been met, but I just want to notate there was a concern about the bluestone patio that's going to be, I guess, in front of those now approved doors along the front, and that they would prefer wood versus that stone.
Okay, I'm going to guess, however, because it's not bubbled, that was something that was approved previously.
The bluestone patio that comes off those doors was not approved previously. But I don't know why HSAB wanted to introduce another material to further complicate things in the landscape. I would have thought that the material would be the same. and it would have a more homogeneous.
Rather than get into that, so can I ask why it's not bubbled?
It's an error on my part, sorry. It
Okay,
was there in the existing, but I'm sorry, I should have bubbled it. Yes, go ahead.
no, that's all I was going to say is it appears like if you weren't there to narrate, I think we would all have assumed that, like the pool, that patio, because it's not bubbled, was previously approved. But
My
that doesn't make
apologies.
any sense anyway, because there weren't any doors there until 5 minutes ago. So here, thanks, Holly. But let's turn it over to the board and see what they have to say about this. Who would like to begin on this?
I'll do it.
Great, thank you, John. Go ahead.
Okay, this is a North Star Drive,
Correct.
right? Okay, this is for, let me get it here. Yeah. Hardscaping, yes.
Right.
I gotta ask something.
Yep,
For
go
the
ahead.
15th night I've been here. Yeah, I can't read any of these on my computer, but
Okay.
you're gonna go up 3 notches on all applications if you could tonight
All right.
or in the future.
We'll certainly blow it up so that you can read that text, John.
Yeah, well, I just can't, I don't know what I'm looking at. I can't read. It's too small.
Blowing it up.
Mr. Chair, I don't think any of us can read the information.
No, you know, John, it's funny. I mean, it's actually not funny, but even blowing it up, you can't read this stuff because it's so scrambled. It's like pixelated. So unfortunately, blowing it up isn't going to help you be able to read it. So is there anything that Stephen can answer for you? Any questions?
I just can't read it, that's all.
No, well, you've got a lot of company. No one can read it, John.
No, it's got to be my computer, I guess. I don't.
No, it's not your computer. It's everyone's computer. It's the way that the drawing was.
Hello.
edited. Hi there, Diane.
Well, I understood what Stephen was describing, and I can understand what's happening in the plan.
What's happened?
If that's okay, I could go.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Because having gone out there today, in fact, and seeing that you're keeping the existing hedge that's sort of delineated to the right of the stepping stones to the front door, and then adding one to the left, that's giving us 2 layers of visual barrier to the pool and all the patios. So I don't have a problem with the patio or anything that's happening on that side. I also understand the need to remove the hedge that's in front of the driving area to the garage doors. And I do think that if this is approvable, we would do, as you had mentioned, Ray, is to shift the entire apron to the section in front of the garage,
That's a good idea.
to allow them to get in over the apron. And then maybe the area where the apron is now will be given over to grass and maybe some plantings if that's something they want to do. But otherwise, I have no problem with this.
Okay. Before we move further, Stephen Thoreau, do you understand Kerry's proposal?
I do. I don't think placing additional planting where the apron used to be. I understand about moving the apron over. That is not a problem. There are still 2 parking spaces where the apron used to be that he wants to be able to use.
Got it. Well, that's fine too. I said if they wanted to or not, that's, yeah.
So, well, but here's the reality of that situation. And I'm not sure I have a strong opinion, but what it will mean essentially is that the apron will be twice as long as what you saw in the photo. That's it.
No, I'm saying remove it where it is now and just put it in front of the.
Well, but
Does that
Carrie,
not
it
make
would be floating. It would essentially, like, there would be all this shell and then there would be apron on half of it and just shell on the other half.
Right. That doesn't really make that much sense.
Well, that's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah,
So,
no, I get what you're saying now.
Stephen kind of wants, or Stephen's owner, I should say, wants to be able to drive at, I guess, 4 separate points all along North Star, straight in, to be able to either park the cars to the side of the garage or in front of the garage.
Mr. Chair,
Are you
Yes.
allowed to have an apron that wide?
no, that's what I was going to refer to.
That-
139-20.1 of the driveway access under the zoning bylaw. There's certain standards, parameters. Anything that does not meet the zoning bylaw would require a special permit from the planning board. So I would refer to that bylaw and make sure that it conforms. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good.
Thanks, Holly. We have no problem either moving the apron over to the garage and leaving that left-hand side empty, or leaving it where it is and just removing the hedge in front of the garage. I think my client would be even willing to plant grass with the drive-in pavers in front of the garage if necessary.
The
And you could
intent,
drive over.
sorry, but Stephen, the intent of that rule, and Holly, thank you very much for bringing it up. The intent of that rule is so that people don't have kind of what your client is hoping for, which is like a parking area that's 4 spaces wide, that's just wide open to the street. So there's like limited access into the site. That's
Okay.
the intent of that rule.
All right, why don't we just flip the two things then, if we can, move the hedge to where the Belgian block is and move the Belgian block in front of the driveway.
Well, I think that's a good solution.
I think I'm good with that too.
So, and I think that was more along the lines of where Kerry was going. So let's see what the rest of the board members have to say. Jesse, how about you?
Yeah, no, I definitely like the idea of having some plantings on that side, and Steve's suggestion with the hedge is fine.
Okay, very good. Thanks. Diane, on this. Oh, Diane, I think you're muted. Yeah, you're muted. There you go.
There,
There you go.
the center piece with that tree in the middle, that tree is going to stay, right, Stephen? That's not being cut?
That tree is actually a relocated hydrangea bush that's quite large.
Okay,
It's going to stay there, yes.
good. So that will make a continuation along that North Star Lane. So I think the switching of the hedge and the opening is a good idea.
Great. Thank you, Diane. John, do you have anything else you'd like to say on this application?
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right. Since I cannot get it enlarged enough that I can see what it is and what it's saying, I am not going to vote for them. This is a simple thing. Somebody must be able to adjust this. It'll stay permanently on a good size.
It has nothing to do with the size, Johnny. Nobody can read it.
Well, repeat that, please.
I said, it isn't a case of the size, it's the case of the way the printing is coming, the labels are coming up in the printing and nobody can read it. The only thing I can read is P-O-O and no L. I know that's the pool and that's it. It's just,
Okay, then the applications, when it's first submitted, should be gone close to scrutiny and make sure it doesn't happen in the future. I'm not the only one that can't see them.
I hear you. Point taken, John. That's
Ray,
yes.
I want to finish. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, no, I think that you're absolutely right. And we do get this from time to time. I don't know why it happens, but it has something to do with how the file gets into the computer.
I think next time, Mr. Chair, I'll change the font, see if the font works better, and I'll scan it from a larger copy rather than a smaller copy.
Okay, all right. So thanks, because it always helps when we can actually read the application.
Agreed.
All right, does somebody want to make a motion on this? I think I know where it's going.
I'll make a motion to approve
Yes,
with the hedge going by the garage being moved over to the left and the driveway and the apron moved to the right so that they're switching places.
perfect. Thanks, Diane. Good motion. On that motion, Kerry.
Aye.
Very good. Jesse.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Was that John?
No.
That was Diane, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought that's what you said.
No, okay. Well, so Diane, you're good with your motion. John, are you okay with the motion?
I'm sorry, repeat that, Ray.
The motion was to approve but to move the hedge, flip the hedge in front of the garage to the left and basically flip-flop the Belgian block apron and the hedge that's circled in front of the garage. That's a motion.
Gotcha. Thank you for your patience. I cannot read it, so you go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm going to put you down as an abstention, John.
I'm going to vote opposed. Lack.
Okay, opposed. All right, and I'll vote in favor. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Stephen, you learned your lesson. Hopefully we won't see it anymore.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll take that under advisement, of course, and try to scan it larger the next application I make. And thank you very much for
Okay. There you are.
figuring it up tonight. Thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
Chairman. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, now we're at 2 Chestnut Street. Matthew, are you on board?
I am,
voted
Mr. Chair.
Okay, good. So I don't believe Stephen Welch is here yet, but you can have Carrie sit in as an alternate if that's all right with you.
I think I'm also missing Abby.
No, Abby's here.
Stephen is here.
Oh,
Stephen
Stephen
is
is here. Okay. Let the record reflect that Stephen Welch has joined us. So you have your board.
Excellent.
Myself, Abby, John, Diane, and Stephen. Hi, Stephen. He's muted. Okay, so why don't you take us through this?
Thanks. We actually started this last Thursday, and then it was at the very end of the meeting, and we didn't totally finish it. And I just wanted to point out a couple of key things. If we could go to sheet A2.1, and we also provided some supplemental information. So a lot of the conversation, thank you. Yeah, there you go. That's helpful. One of the things I wanted to show is if I could shift back to sheet A2.1 just quickly, and then we can go back to this, is the board had requested for us to take this connector piece and actually reduce it as much as we could. In the previous iteration, it was almost at the same height. One of the things we're trying to do is actually eliminate this exterior stair that's it's just not that good looking, basically integrate it into the existing, into the building, the proposed addition. I'd also point out that this addition is actually almost identical to the building, a freestanding building that you had approved. We went to great lengths to actually drop the height by about 2'4" and it took quite a bit of maneuvering to do that, but we were able to do it. And so there's about a 2'4" difference in height. We're dropped at 2'4". So the actual second and third levels are actually lower than that of the original building. The one thing that I did want to point out, because where we left it was that you'd asked us to see if we could even reduce it further. And if we could go back to those sections, I did want to just point out that we've basically exhausted every possible way to drop the height. And if you look at this drawing on the right, now you'll never be able to see that there's a flat roofed element here. So this is a section cut through looking back at the new addition. And so we literally have created, you'll see a sloped roof from the street. So it'll just look like a sloped roof. But the reality is there is a small section that is flat. And so that really was our only way to reduce the height and drop it by the almost 30 inches, sorry, not 30 feet, to make that work. And I guess when we were kind of wrapping up the last discussion, that's kind of where you had suggested I go. And the reality is we're just not going to be able to drop that anymore. So I just wanted to kind of point that piece out. If we can go back to the sheet A2.1, I think a majority of the comments were reflective of changing, this connector piece window to do something a little bit different, a little bit smaller there. But I just wanted to kind of point out, I didn't want to come back in 3 weeks or 3+ weeks only to have we can't really drop it any further. It is actually low. The ridge height is, the existing building height is over 30 feet. This addition is under 30 feet. I think the addition is somewhere in the range of like 30, 34, 35 feet, something like that, which is not uncommon for buildings on that street.
What's 34, 35 feet?
The existing building, the existing mass. If you take into account the slope on the left side on the north elevation, The building probably tops out around like 34 feet, somewhere in that range. It's obviously a slope site. So as you get closer towards, up the hill, it's probably closer to like 32, something in that range. So I just want to kind of reiterate that. And you actually, if we go back to that section, you can see that we cut them through the stairs. We're dealing with a commercial rise and run, 7-Eleven rise and run. And so they do occupy quite a bit of space. And just wanted to kind of point that out if I could. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, it seems like this is more or less just a continuation of where we were on Thursday.
Correct. And I guess that the one point I just wanted to, I guess when we come back next time with some of these other elements, like some of the fenestration changes the board had requested, which are fairly minimal, I just wanted to point out that I don't want you to think, or the board to think, that we're not taking into consideration your request. We actually spent, I didn't think we were going to be able to do it, but we are able to do it. Everything works to the building code. But I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, thanks. Holly, do you have anything additional on this? But I can't imagine you do.
Mr. Chair, no, but I just had a question through you to Matt, if it's okay, regarding
Sure.
that building section A. You are showing the basement existing and then the basement addition. Is the existing basement being dug out to accommodate the floor?
No,
Okay,
that's existing. So we're not disturbing that at all. Yeah.
okay.
It's pretty shallow, but we have no plans to dig that out.
And then one other question is understanding that obviously there's a difference between building code for commercial and building code for residential, understanding that the existing structure is a historic structure and the addition is going to be new. Just curious on if those existing rise over runs that you're mentioning, are they existing or are they going to be modified to meet the commercial code?
This new stair meets the current building code, IBC. So we're not planning to modify or touch any of the existing staircases in the existing building. And almost, I would say for the most part, the entire existing structure is staying intact. That includes the stairs, but because with this addition, because this addition is essentially entirely new, the stairs that are within it do have to comply with the current building code.
Okay, thank you very much. That was my question.
Okay, thanks a lot, Holly. Who would like to start?
I will.
I can go too, if you're ready.
Go ahead, Abby, and then I'll get John. John, I'll catch you next.
Yeah,
Right.
so I appreciate the changes that the fire escape is going to be interior and that the can't remember the heights come down. That's really key. I think my only thought is about the archway, that I think it needs a little more heft to really read as an architectural element. So I'm thinking, what if there were pilasters on the side or trim, sort of reiterating that strong arch. And other than that, I'm ready. I'm ready to go on this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. John,
Yes, sir.
go
Thank you.
ahead. Yep.
Okay, I find that the drawings that I'm looking at are architecturally appropriate for the immediate surroundings. There's other large 2.5-story buildings. I find that I did have a difference on something, but I'm going to leave it, and that's the archway. And the two chimneys look good on the building. They're equidistant, so I think it's ready to be approved. Thank you.
Okay, John, thank you very much. Diane?
I don't know. To me, that the second building, which I knew very well, is still too large. I appreciate it coming down. I appreciate the facade. It's just, I wish it was smaller. I don't see why you keep saying that you have to have this, but there are 3 stories in it. It's not necessary, by any of our rules that it has to have three stories, layers of bedroom. But that's all. I think it's well designed. I think Abby's thing of making the arch a little stronger is good. I just think it's sad that we've lost that old building because it was an interesting place with the old house and then the garage next to it. And I don't think there are many garages like that left anymore.
Mm.
So that's all.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Matt, I appreciate the changes. I wish the connector piece were lower with respect to the ridge, but the fact that that roof plane change helped you decrease that a couple of feet is a big thing for me. I kind of disagree on the archway. I would be concerned about drawing attention to that. I think the subtlety is the success piece for that. And perhaps eliminating the arch or leaving the arch but not making changes to it, I think would be successful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Yeah, I don't have a lot to say. I mean, I think Diane's point is well taken. You know, it doesn't, there's nothing that says that this extra piece needs to be 3 stories. However, Matt, I believe you have said correctly that this is not dissimilar from the one that was approved earlier.
Yeah,
by
it's
the
almost
same
identical.
board. So that's the story on that. Looks like, you know, from the sections that you've pared it down as much as you can. The arch, I really like the arch. I've said it before. It's like that arch, that little bridge thing as you go down towards the gazebo from that back alley. I've always loved that element. It's kind of, you know, a little quirky. So I look forward to seeing this piece. Whether how heavily rendered it is not of a huge amount of importance to me. If it had pilasters, I'm fine. If it doesn't, I'm also fine. So that's it for that. What do you think, guys? Should we try a motion here?
I'll try a motion.
Okay.
And I can't remember what we had said before when previously the architect had done renovations. What did we make note of the old building, the garage? Because I think it's important to note its dimensions and have it historically categorized somehow, because we are losing those small buildings left, right, and center, and it would be nice to have that. So I'd make that part of my motion.
Do you mean archived?
Yeah.
If it's not been done already, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, that would be, I appreciate that. I'm hoping one day to do a little survey of all the garages around town before they all go. But so I would make a motion to approve, and I guess because we're divided on how to render the arch, I personally would like to see it strongly or stated, but I could leave that up to the architect, because as it's drawn now, I don't really know. I don't even know what those materials are. I mean, I don't know if that's shingle in there, or if there's a trim piece, or
It was just cedar.
Baby gate.
Painted cedar.
baby gate. I don't know. You can see that. What is it?
Painted cedar.
Oh, so it's clapboard?
No.
No.
Boards. I mean, the rounded part all the way up to the little sort of freeze board that is below the shingle course, that would all be wood painted white.
I see. Okay.
Now, if you want to add pilasters or something, you know, just so that it has the arch has something to
Yeah, I
stand
think it
on.
needs something structural, even if it's superficial.
Yeah,
I
it'd be
will
like,
add that to my motion.
2.5 inches off the wall for a pilaster.
Yeah, just,
Yeah, we could do that. The ramp is wide enough where we have a little bit of latitude, so we can't have a projection into it. So
Sure.
2.5 inches is fine.
I actually think that would, your builder is going to appreciate that, because trying to get that little fillet the way you've drawn it
Yeah.
is gonna be nightmarish.
That's a thin
Um,
piece.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
that's my motion.
All right. So Abby has made a motion to approve this contingent on two things. One, that we archive the existing garage, which I believe has already been done. I think I saw existing conditions from Matt months ago. And two, to just provide some pilasters that the arch can sit onto on either side of that opening. That is the motion. On the motion, let's see, Diane.
Oh, you don't want mine. I,
Oh, no, it is what it is. Sooner or later, you got to come clean.
I can't approve it. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so you're opposed. All right, that's fine. This is democracy at work. Thank you. John, on the motion?
Aye, I'm in favor of approving
All
it.
right, thank you. Stephen? You there, Stephen?
I'm a no.
You're a no, okay. Well, if push comes to shove, we'll find out why. Abby, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, so that motion does carry 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Stephen, I'm just curious. Was it the arch? It doesn't matter.
Eh,
All right.
We'll ask them later.
We'll ask him later. Okay, so 3 in favor, 2 opposed. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
okay.
Chair.
Yeah.
Thanks for your time, board. Thank you.
Maybe we'll see you later. Okay, so as we said before, number 5, we're going to pass over for the time being. And I hope Lisa is in the queue.
I'm
because
here.
Next up is 27 Baxter. And Abby, can you chair this for us, please?
Sure, I'd love to.
All right, thanks. I'm going to mute.
Hello, everybody.
Hey there.
How are you guys today?
Good.
Good.
Well, I mean, I am okay, but I've been on holiday, so
Oh, hopefully someplace nice.
I think I stayed here. It's really nice.
So this is an application for renovations to 27 Baxter Road. It's a house that was built circa 1904. There was an addition and some changes put on to it. The garage, I don't actually know the day that the garage was added, but I believe it was done by David Bentley and Elizabeth Churchill. So, but it has been on the house since my clients owned it, which has been probably 15 years. Actually, I can tell you, it's probably 18 years. So the part of the project is to put a foundation under the building, to put a basement. You can see they are extremely limited by their ground coverage as well as setbacks on this lot. So the only, or a very logical expansion for them is to go down. It's not changing the height of the structure or the finished floor off the grade at all. That's going to remain the same. So as we go through the elevations, you'll see where the window wells are proposed to be located.
Very nice.
You can, do you want me to go through each elevation?
If it helps your,
No, I mean, you'll see from the water, the major change at this point is we were removing some stairs that they don't use going down towards the north. So we redid the fenestration in the dining room, which is currently 2 French doors and 2 windows. We're just showing 2 French doors at the moment. And then adding the window well. And then on the side of the building, the north elevation, there you see where the stairs came off and there's a window well. The change there is this is the most significant change I would say, is we are asking to raise the roof of the dining room of the building in order to get a functional bathroom up in that eave. There's a bathroom there now, but it's completely unfunctional in terms of the height. So we're asking to raise that roof slightly and to rework the dormer windows to accommodate the higher roof, and then to add a dormer, which you see from the front.
Can we scroll down so we can see the
That's it from the front.
Thank you.
So it is a roof line change certainly to the house. I think it's in keeping with the sort of quirkiness of the architecture of the building. And we kept the dormer as small and sort of, as small as possible, using windows that existed on the architecture already, which are the ones up in the on the crow's nest, a little smaller than those. And then there were some other fenestration changes on the sides. Removing a door, changing a window, adding a window well into the courtyard.
Beautiful
And-
building.
Yeah, it's a really cool building.
Got
And
a
so,
lot.
the goal was to make a usable second floor for them without building over the one-story section, which is the kitchen and family room.
Okay, I bet Holly had something to say, or
Mm-hmm.
is Sconset Advisory?
Yes, Madam
Yes,
Chair,
ma'am.
I do have comments. First, this is, as Lisa had mentioned, this is a shingle style circa 1904 called Captain's Cabin. And Sconset Advisory took a look at this on September 20th. Their concerns on the west suggest moving the dormer to the center of the roof mass. On the north,
West.
significant portions of historic building fabric are being lost for insignificant improvements. 3 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms before and after alterations. What is the loss of the second floor? What is loss of the second floor, excuse me, is existing north gable with associated east and west roof lines, north and south shed dormers and windows. Every window in the house is proposed to be replaced, 56 windows in total.
That's not true.
Okay, I'm just reading what they said.
Okay, well, I'm just clarifying that the ones that are marked with EX are not changing.
Okay.
They're predominantly staying the same.
What is existing below the shingle line where the basement foundation wall is proposed? Recommendations: more sensitive alterations to the second floor to retain maximum amount of historic building fabric. Provide a window survey to determine if existing windows can be restored rather than be replaced. And I do concur on that comment. If there are windows, some of them to be replaced, that we should see a window survey. And I understand that there was a survey provided, but it doesn't give the condition, and closer photos should be obviously included. If these existing windows are to be replaced without the need due to rot, function, etc., obviously concerning on losing that historic fabric. And I appreciate the historic photos that were provided in the application. I would just again request the date of the structure be included on the application. Other than that, those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Holly.
I can
board
certainly
members-
provide a window survey. I just want to go through each elevation. On this elevation on the south, there is only one, there are only 4 windows being changed. One is currently a door, which I can't imagine was original, and the other 3 in the dormer. You can certainly go back and look at the age of the windows in that dormer. I think if you look at the historic pictures, there have been changes to windows already. For instance, facing east on the historic pictures used to be 2 windows on either side, and now there are 3. So there definitely have been windows changes in this house. It's not, hold on, you can go to that one. Those are 2, there's double windows. Currently there are 3 windows there. There were round windows in the cupola, now they're square. So I'm not suggesting that we're going to rip out any old windows. I'm just saying we are not wholesale changing all the windows in the house, and I think that that's clear on the elevations. We are only proposing to change the ones that we need to architecturally. And then I think that was it. I had a question on the comment about the west dormer, but I figured out what you were talking about.
Okay, great. Great project. Anybody want to go first?
I will.
Thank you, Val.
I don't know if Sconset's looking at the same house I was looking at, or I'm looking at, because I don't see the changes as significant as they were pointing out. I think it's nicely done. The west is the main vision that you're going to see from the road, and I'm fine with this.
Oh, great. Thanks, Val. Diane, are you ready?
Yep. Yep. I think it isn't bad at all. That's not a very nice way of putting it, but
I'll take that as a compliment.
the dormer on that elevation, which I cannot see what it is,
It's west.
with triangular windows, can that dormer come down from the ridge a little bit, or is it? Is that
It's down about, it's probably down about 4 or 5 inches now, but I'm sure we could bring it down a little bit more.
Yeah, I'd like to see it come down so it was sort of even with the diamond windows, or even enough so it's not. I think this elevation is very good, but it's busy. So my only thought would be to get it a little less busy all up the top. So if we brought that dormer down, I think it would be good. Other than that, I think it's a thoughtful way of doing it. I think I'm glad you kept the triangle windows because I think they're important. And that's it.
Thanks, Diane. John? John?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, my turn.
Your turn.
All right, I find this here as presented is a very convoluted structure. There isn't too much you can do to hurt it. There's so much mixture in it, but it does have a feature to it that other places might not have. So I think this is fine for approval, from my opinion. It just fits right in. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Carrie on this one, or who's the alternate?
I can be. I'm listening and I'm paying attention.
I think we need an alternate. This is new business, right?
Yes, it's new.
Yep.
So Steve was on the last one. That would be great, Carrie.
I agree with everybody else. I think this house can handle a little bit of change. It's not, anything major. Everything is subtle, but in keeping with the different eave lines and roof lines. And I'm all for this. I think it's great.
And I like it too. I think Diane's suggestion of bringing down the roof line of the new dormer on the west is a good idea. So do I hear a motion?
Yes. I'll give you a motion.
Okay, John, did you hear Diane's thought about that?
Okay,
That west elevation dormer?
Whose turn is it now?
Everybody's gone. Just there have been some comments just on that west elevation to bring the dormer down from the roof line. If you were just about to make a motion.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, let's hear it.
I'll make a motion to approve it. Approve as submitted. And the only thing that might have to be changed, let the commission decide, is to take that raised roof and add a dormer.
What?
Huh?
No, lower the dormer, John.
There weren't any opinions on that dormer. That's
Yeah,
all.
it's just to bring it off the roof ridge.
Okay, then I'll push a motion to approve it as submitted.
With bringing, okay, all right, well, let's try it. Carrie,
I'm okay with that. That little tiny dormer doesn't bother me hitting the ridge. Many do.
Diane,
No.
Val, Val?
I think it's fine as submitted.
Okay, so I would like to see it come down as well. So that motion passes.
Okay, thank you. I will look at bringing it down for you and Diane, Abby.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Ben, are you on board?
I'm here.
I'm here.
Okay, Ben, you have the regular board, okay?
Sounds great. Holly, are you controlling or Kadeem?
It's Kadeem.
Oh, so Kadeem, I do kind of want to go through this one slide at a time because I think there's a bit of a story here that we need to go through. To get
Sounds
to the-
good, Ben. You just direct me and I will follow.
This is perfect. We'll stay right here at the locus map. So we're at 11 Woodbury Lane, kind of directly in the kind of heart of the neighborhood. If you all recall, this house, the existing house, exploded just about a year ago. It's in November of 2020. The neighboring house had a gas leak that leaked into this house's basement, and there was a catastrophic explosion. So the existing house and the existing two-car garage are gone. They've gone through the process of you guys to have them technically demolished, but they're gone. But looking at the locus, this is our location, number 11. You can see it highlighted there. Kind of middle of the neighborhood again, backed up to a large estate on Grove Lane. It's number 6 there. And we're all familiar with Woodbury, mid-90s kind of replica neighborhood. So Kadeem, I'm ready for the next page. Here's the aerial of the existing house. It's the house with the roof walk with the awkwardly angled garage behind it. So just giving you some context of what was there before. I'm ready for the next one. Here's the survey of the existing structure, 2 structures. Again, that kind of awkward shape. Yep, ready for the next one, Kadeem. Thank you. So this was the existing house, very formal 4-bay with a side addition. This application or this copy of the application is when they requested and got approval for an expanded roof walk. So the existing roof walk was doubled in size to be 20 feet long. Notice on this house, they had dark shutters, they had 3rd floor dormers. We're not proposing those, but you'll see that the new form is very similar to this, and the roof walk is very similar in scale to what was there before. We can go to the next one. Thank you. This was the rear of the house. What you don't see in this elevation is the big 2-car garage that was at a funny angle that kind of obliterated the back of this building in a weird way. The house is right up against the wetland, so there are wetland considerations. It makes sense why they did what they did. Another thing here is that you can see it had a full depth basement, and they had living space down there. Now with current kind of code or Concom opinions, we are not going to be able to put a basement under this house. So my clients, they don't want to, they never wanted to design a new home. They just want to have what they used to have, but they can't have 3rd floor or the basement living space anymore. So we're trying to get more program above ground. So I hope you can be a little considerate of just trying to give them what they had from a square footage perspective, and not knowing we can't go into a basement because of groundwater issues and conservation not allowing us to go for a full basement. All right, Kadeem, I'm ready for the next one, if you don't mind. So side elevations, pretty flat pitch on the existing house. We're proposing a little bit more of a normal, I think it's a 9 pitch. This looks more like an 8 or almost a 7. So, all right, Kadeem, thank you. We'll keep going. Yeah, you might have to blow this one up. Yeah, there it is. So there's that goofy 2-car garage. I had a little studio apartment above it. Again, I had a goofy angle off the back. So we'll quickly go through the pictures of the existing house. There it is, very formal, pretty typical for Woodbury. There's the back of it. You can see that garage at a funny angle, kind of blocking that side. And then this picture up here is the kids, but The reason I put this picture is there is because HSAB also questioned whether they ever built the expanded roof walk. And the Steins never took pictures of their houses to document it for insurance or rebuilding purposes. But the pictures that we do have, you can see that there's 3 lengths of roof walk on this picture. And someone must be standing in the 4th to take the picture. So they did build the expanded 20-foot roof walk, but the other pictures don't show it. So there's the after effect of their explosion, complete loss, pretty traumatic. This picture is good because you can actually see that estate behind them, that on Grove Lane. That's currently being re-roofed right now. I've looked at it quite a bit. So quite a lot going on back there. I think that was built in the early 2000s. It's a kind of a cool design, very simple forms, but a pretty big spread. This is their neighbor, also got some pretty bad damage. And we'll keep going, Kadeem. This is on the other side. That's our guilty party of gas leak. They're under reconstruction at the moment. So things are getting back normal. This is with all the debris lost. You can see that there's a retaining wall on the left there of the driveway. Our elevation is a little bit lower than the neighbors, hence the leaking gas going downhill. It also slopes quite a bit towards the Grove Lane people. So we're a little lower in this spot, and none of that changes. All right, Kadeem, thank you. Look at this. This is the newest survey that we have done, kind of indicating where the wetland is, where the 50-foot buffer is. The existing garage was encroached in the 50-foot. Our proposal is we still have a little bit of encroachment, but not as much as there was there before. So we're hoping the Conservation Commission is lenient with us, and we're improving, but not totally correcting. So, and now I will show you the rebuild. So this picture here is an inspiration picture on Westchester, the top one. And the reason I like this picture, it's a nice 4-bay house, but most important is the interesting Victorian flavored barn-like building in the back. And that there's kind of a history there of kind of an offset barn in the back. And we are trying to kind of recreate that with this new house. This is another house in Woodbury. You can see that kind of garage building in the back. So pretty similar context there in Woodbury. And this is on Union Street. And the reason I like this house, it's a 4-bay, so it makes sense for what we're doing. But also on the left there is that kind of shed roof form that kind of butts out from the side. And then there's an access into the house. And we're proposing a similar format for our new house. And this picture here, the only reason I included this is showing that 4/4 window. This is on Westchester as well. Black sash we're not doing, but the 4/4 window is something we want to propose here. So I just wanted to show a context of that 4/4. So finally, we're getting to our proposal. So thanks for bearing with us. We'll quickly look at the site plan, but we'll just get right to the elevations. You don't need to look at the floor plan. So there's our proposed on the site. Basically takes up the existing location of the old building. Again, we're not having that pull around garage. The garage is being kind of attached to the body of the building. So there isn't like a pull around garage. And we'll look at the elevations. Thank you. So this is the front elevation. Similar to what was there, differently formatted. You can see on the left is that Victorian kind of detailed garage building. We are requesting simulated divided light windows. It's a LePage window. They have a STL that is very good. I've been looking at the sample of it. It's really hard to tell that it's insulated. It really is a very nice window. But we really don't want to do storms if we don't have to. Historic Structures Advisory Board seemed willing to go along with that, although they thought that maybe on the front elevation we stick with simulated divided light. So you'll hear that from Holly soon enough. Another thing the Historic Structures Advisory Board suggested, and I completely agree with, is to put the chimney on the other side of the roof walk. And you'll see that when we go to the side elevations. It's a faux chimney that's not a functioning chimney, but and Mickey schooled me a little bit, showing me how the window format below does not work with where that chimney is. So we're happy to, I think a chimney is really important on this building, just from a presentation perspective, but we'd like, if it pleases the board, to mirror it and put it on the other side of the roof walk, but still on the main mats. The front elevation, we have a kind of a heavier trim plank frame on the front main box and the secondary mast. Plank frame windows with a nice kind of crown drip cap. But then we lose that on the sides and rear with a more traditional 5/4 by 4 with a much more simple drip cap, but kind of creating some formality on the front. All right, I'm ready to go around the side. Thank you, Kaneem. So this is the side that big dormer would be in the Victorian era kind of carriage house building, barn building. And then again, you can see now where Nikki showed me where my chimney does not work with my window format. So I appreciated his expertise there. So we would like to move that chimney to the opposite side. All right, we can go around back. So the rear of the building, not something you're really ever going to see. New Lane, we all know New Lane kind of looks at the back of West of Woodbury. That big estate that I was mentioning on Grove Lane essentially blocks this, and the grade goes up and then drops quite a bit. You can see the 3rd floor dormers of the neighbor's house, but nothing on 2nd floor or 1st floor. SHAB also felt, the rear is different than the front of the house clearly, but visibility was going to be of kind of minimal. That 2nd floor balcony door, if there was concern about that, we're happy to break those windows away from the door so that they have some shingle around them, and it doesn't feel like so much fenestration there. And I'm ready for the last one. Yep, and there's the last one. This is right up against the neighbor's house, probably 12 feet away. So not a whole lot of visibility or real, time to think about this elevation. It's pretty close to the neighbors. So tight little spot. We have the AC condensers around the back. And I believe that's it. That's it. So thanks. I appreciate your sticking with me through the presentation, but I thought it was helpful to kind of go through the history.
Thanks, Ben. Okay, Holly, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HSAB took a look at this on September 13th. Their comments were on the roof walk should be shorter in length. The chimney could also be shorter. On the south, it's odd that there is a window where there should be an interior chimney. Maybe move the chimney to the other end. Prefer TDLs on the front. And if the back is visible, prefer it to be a little simpler. I just wanted to reiterate that this obviously is to replace an exploded house. The previous home was built in 1992. I just want to also notate for the commission that the Woodbury subdivision is actually listed as a representative of a subdivision residential architecture from the 1980s with our NHL. And I just think that's something to notate, because that subdivision obviously has newer structures that were to emulate our historic architecture, the 4 and 5 bay timber frame kind of typical Nantucket styles. I would also, from staff's perspective, the reconstructed building should mimic the original that exploded as much as possible. The 4 bay with the side addition. On the left, the addition is far back for the garage, although it's clear of the inspiration, and thank you for including that, Ben. That isn't typical of the design within this subdivision or anywhere else, but I do like the inspiration photos that were provided. I do agree with HSAB on the windows, that TDLs would be more appropriate, at least for the facade. And also appreciate the reproduction of the plank frame windows, bringing that back into character. I will notate though that 4/4 on the right side of the front door on the facade is a little odd. Other than that, those are our comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Who would like to start?
I will,
Thank you, John.
okay? Knowing the complete area, this structure is suitable to match a lot of the other ones that are on this street. I'll say the only thing I can find would be out of color, would be on the left side of the east elevation, and take that slanted wooden, what do you call that, right there, yeah.
The shutter?
Rid of that. If you got more of them in the house, fine, but one of them like that, it stands right out. You should remove it. Otherwise, the rest of the house I find meets in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Diane, you ready? Let's see, Diane might be muted. Diane, you are muted. Yeah, there you
Here
go.
I am.
Okay.
I think that the Widow's Walk has got to be taken down. It's too big. I noticed on the plot plan that this goes from lot line to lot line, straight through. It's, usually there's some greenery going down the sides of most of the houses on Woodbury. And I don't know if there's any way of bringing it in so it is not so lot line to lot line. That disturbs me. I don't know what the thing is with the water, whether the garage can be moved back further so it's not right there. I would like to see that. I think the windows in the front of the building should be true divided lights. And could I see the rear elevation, the west elevation? I think those windows on both sides of the French doors up on in the deck should be pulled away and made smaller. They are competing with the doors and I don't think they fit in. I think that they do not. I would like to see, perhaps it's just the thing, the B windows seem to have a different shape, a longer shape than the A windows. They just be the system, and that number 2 windows there also. I like the way the thinner windows are. I think the other ones look particularly fat. I don't know. That's just what I think. I think the chimney could come down to bring it closer to the Widow's Walk. And I think that's it for now. I don't mind the other 2 elevations. I just think that I'd like to see if there's any way of getting it away from the lot line. Reduce something, or I don't know. It goes that way, and you will see, I think most of the other places have got greenery on both sides, so to make it fit in with the rest of them and not look like it had been jammed. That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Val.
Sure. I like this house. I think it is fitting in quite well. And the only thing that I'm struggling with is the connected garage with the steep pitch. The example that Ben showed us is a separate structure in back of the house with some space separating it. So I'm just struggling with that all fitting together as one structure. But I respectfully disagree with Diane about the lot line to lot line. Those lots are lot line to lot line in their existing state over there. They're small, narrow, deep lots. And I think if you drove through there, it may seem like there's a lot of greenery in between, but I think the fact is there is not. So that is okay. I do agree with HSAB or Mickey or whoever was said that moved the chimney over to maybe the secondary mass on the right. Size of the roof walk, I think, is fine, given what's in there, and I don't mind the windows being SDL, given this is a development from a later time frame. That's it. I don't think
Okay.
you'll see the back, and because of that, wasn't that a Hugh Newell Jacobson house back there?
It
Yeah.
is, yeah. Yep, it is.
So,
All right. Thanks, Val. How about you, Abby?
Yeah, I'm going along with this more centered chimney, it not being so far on the left side. I think a larger door surround on the front door is appropriate, which brings me to what are the colors? Is the trim white?
Yep, trim is white. The front door is Newport blue. Garage door is Newport
Okay.
blue. That single shutter would be Newport blue, but we're happy to check that out. That was just kind of a idea for that kind of barn
Right.
section, but
I
the
think
existing house is white.
Okay, so white and I agree about the roof walks. I mean, we're starting from scratch. That looked a little large. So I would, I think, I don't know if they call them bays, but maybe a 3-bay roof walk. I don't know what they call it. I think the lefts, that shed attached to, I find it strange that side porch addition, that side massing sort of obscures the, I would just rather see like a gabled garage second dwelling than to have all of that agenda on the left. I think it would be a lot cleaner, and it would clean it up for me. And just off island, saw a lot of, I was asking myself, I was in this historic town and I was saying, what is the difference? What's going on here? Why does this doesn't read like, I don't know, but it turns out it's the windows and the true divided lights really make a difference. You go around on the Cape where you see the same architecture and it just doesn't read true. So I would stick with the true divided light. That's what I got. Thank you.
Okay. That's so funny that you mentioned the TDLs because I was in Edgartown this weekend and I was walking around and I was on a street in downtown Edgartown where the age of most of the houses was 1840s. Fantastic houses. And I said, why does this streetscape feel so great? And the reason why was every single window was simulated divided lights. None of them had any storm screen aluminum things on them, and they all looked absolutely fantastic. And none of them was any more than 10 feet away from the sidewalk. So I had to like trespass in order to get up, and I took my camera and took lots of pictures of the windows, which one day I will share with you folks. So I would say, given the distance away, and I should have said respectfully disagree, Abby. There's really bad windows, like the one I'm thinking of starts with an A, and they have this no casing on them, and they look really terrible. But there are windows, and I believe Ben has chosen a manufacturer here that really looks like a true divided light unless you're standing 3 feet away from it. And having that does two things. One, it allows for more energy efficiency, which I know is not our board's purview, but it's something that I, as a person, consider. And the other thing is doing away with those aluminum triple track storm screens makes a huge difference in the streetscape. So that's my little spiel on that. I think, Ben, reducing the overall length of the roof walk would be good, and fewer posts. Like right now you have 4 bays, 3 bays, I think would be less cluttered feeling. Moving the chimney to the other side and reducing its verticality would be fine. It only needs to be, I believe, 3 feet off of the ridge. It doesn't need to be any distance above the actual roof walk for some crazy reason. And with respect to the garage, I think it's set back enough that this would allow for, if we were to sort of create a history of this building, you had the original building that was built, in the mid 19th century, and then you had this garage that was placed in the back at the early 20th century, sort of, or late 19th century cottage Victorian. I think those two actually work well together, particularly given that you showed us a pretty good example of how that would look. But generally, I think this is really well done. I don't think the back is going to be visible because Hugh Newell Jacobson blocked our view of the back. So I'm generally okay with this application.
We hold for some revisions?
Sure, I think that would probably, there's enough people that have some, kind of tweaks to this that we want to see it again. So was that what your motion was, Abby?
Yes.
Okay, Abby's made a motion to hold for some minor revisions on that motion. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Very good. John?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Night, night. Okay, 12 Cannonberry.
Hey, Mr. Chair, do we have enough alternates so I can zip out for a minute?
Last time I checked, we have 3.
Okay, cool.
So definitely.
Thank you.
Okay, so Val's stepping out. Let's see. Stephen, are you there?
I am. I think Jess is up though.
Okay, I haven't really been following the rotation. It hasn't really been active, but okay. How about you, Jesse? You around?
All right, I'll take it.
Who?
Wait, does that, Stephen, you're going to take it?
Yeah, John said who.
Oh, no. All right, so Stephen is on this one, and let's see, Michael, you're representing, right? You're muted, friend. Unmute.
How about now?
Yep.
All right. Yes, I'm representing. Hi,
Okay,
Ray.
go.
All right. So this is a little garage studio out on Cannonberry Lane in Sconset. And this building was previously approved, but has gone through some changes, some small fenestration changes, some change to the stair and deck. And I don't know if you want to flip ahead to the site plan just for a moment, Kadeem, or whoever's driving, just to reorient ourselves. This is a garage on the street. Can you go to the next page, please?
Give me 1 second. I'm just having some issues with the document itself.
Sure. You could stay here if you want. The previous elevations, which are on this page, don't appear to be loading.
Hey, Michael?
Yes.
Can I ask a basic question here with
Yes.
this on the screen? Oh, nope. Question answered. I said, where's the bubbling? What's changing? And there it is. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to stop sharing for a quick moment and then come back in, okay?
Okay.
Something's happening there. Wait, what was the address? 2012 Canterbury.
24,
No, 12.
Yep. 12 Canterbury Lane.
12, but wait.
All right, that should be fine.
Yep.
Looks fine to me.
So essentially the largest change that we've made here is that the balcony is being rotated to the water side of the building so that you can get a little bit of a view from the second side rather than having it tucked over onto the neighbor's property line where we were having some privacy issues. So basically we've flipped that stair to the ocean side of the building, made the window on the property line with the neighbor smaller. And that's kind of it. It's a black window, natural sash building, natural railings, natural stair, natural posts.
Okay, so what I think it would be important to do for us to understand the visibility of this shift in the decking is to look at the site plan.
So it's the previous page.
Right.
Kadeem.
Sorry, this document's just really large, so it's having a really hard time loading on my end, but I am working diligently to get it to do what you guys are requesting.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do have SAB and staff comments. on
Yeah,
this.
why don't we do that while we're
Okay.
waiting? Yeah, oh, here we are, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Sconset took a look at this on September 13th. Their concerns are that the freestanding narrow building, second story deck will be seen from street. Prefer original version with deck in rear. Looks like a tower. Suggestions perhaps widen the structure to incorporate stairs on the side of the building. And I also concur that the original approval with no deck over the garage door is more appropriate as that type of feature is not typical. And I believe it will be visible. Also, I just want to notate for the commission that this balcony was discussed previously and it was voted not to have it there. So there is a little bit of conversation about that previously.
Can I say one thing addressing the visibility from the street? Part of the request to flip this balcony from one side to the other is that given that the building runs parallel to Canterbury Lane, there's effectively no difference in having it on the one side of the building versus the other, because you drive by the building parallel to the structure on Canterbury Lane. So you'll see it coming from the north to the south is how it was approved. And instead we're going to see the balcony coming from the south to the north on Canterbury Lane. The stair still remains on the back side opposite the street. Yeah, so you don't see the stair at all. So we don't think there's a very big difference in visibility as previously approved as revised here.
Okay. Thanks, Michael.
Yep.
And thank you, Holly. Okay, board members.
What is the height of the building? Is it 24 or is it less?
It's 22 feet 6 inches, I believe, or 22 foot 7. It's on that right side elevation there, the top level.
We need to zoom in to see that.
I unfortunately cannot. Again, this is just freezing every 2 seconds.
I see it. It's 22.7. I see
Michael, you should pare down the amount of information that you're giving us. I bet you're giving us like this massive file.
Could I just finish? I'm not.
Yes, please.
a lot to
Yeah, I didn't
say.
even let you start.
Okay, it looks a little rocket ship to me. I think that might be the width then, because it's only 22.7. So either it gets dropped or widened. It just looks a little severe for sort of even sconce it down on Canterbury. So
The structure's already framed as
Michael?
approved. I just wanted to make that point.
Right, understood, but let's just let Abby finish, okay?
Okay.
yeah, so other than that, what is that? The French doors are looking
To the
Could we
water.
scroll down just a tiny bit more so I could see that elevation with the French doors on the second floor? Yeah, that faces the back or Canterbury? How does that?
So the building runs parallel to Canterbury Lane. So they look parallel to Canterbury Lane towards the ocean. The sort of street view side is the broad side of the building. If you look at the little rendering in the top there, this is the view as you drive past the lot, seeing the balcony.
Okay, that's what you see from Canterbury?
Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
Kadeem, I hate to put too many demands on you because I know it's difficult, but if you're able to scroll that drawing over to the left, we're going to see Canterbury running.
Oh,
up
yeah,
and
I
down
see
the-
it. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. So Canterbury, so the long side, you see Canterbury. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out if that's too much agenda of that porch with the stairs. That's my only concern then.
Mhm.
So that's it.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Let's see, Val. Oh, Val's off. Diane.
Okay, let's go back to the garage for a minute? So I can see the elevation of it.
One moment.
Well, what I was going to say, I think I was going to say, is that the porch over those doors are too wide. It looks as if it hangs out, as I remember it, on the west, on the left-hand side. I think that it's too wide for the building, because I think the building needs, there they are, there's the French doors and that, and the deck. And I guess that involves the stairs coming down. But it makes the building look out of proportion to me. I'd like to see, I don't know how you can make the building, I know it's only 22 feet 7 high, but it still looks very narrow. And the decks, because of that, look bigger. Is there any other place that one could tuck that staircase coming down on the west elevation? Or are you going to see that going down Canterbury, or is that turned?
The stair turns to the side that you cannot see from Canterbury.
You can't see.
Yeah, it's on
Okay.
the back side.
Yeah, that's a good thing. But the where the elevation with the deck is the south, that one, Michael, you will see, right?
Yeah, you see both the south and the north equally from
Yeah.
Canterbury because the building runs parallel to it.
Right. And I would put 2 windows on the first floor of the north elevation, whether they're usable or you can still open them up to get air in the summertime. But I think if you put 2 windows down there, it would no longer look so tall and skinny. It's and
okay.
I don't know what to do about the stairs. You say you see the south. Maybe it's okay. But I would like to see it widened out a little bit, whether using the 2 windows are going to do enough or whatever. That's what I would suggest. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. I think, sorry, I'm having some problems here. All right, north elevation. I think we're not reviewing the whole structure. I think unfortunately it was previously approved. It's too tall, it's too thin. But we have what we have. I think the south elevation, this is actually an improvement because it's what will be viewed as you come down Canterbury headed north. I think the east is unfortunate. I wouldn't, I understand we can't have windows on every single portion of a structure. So I'm not going to design at the table on that. I'm hopeful you're going to put some landscaping in. Having said, I think, is it no offense at all, Michael, I understand you got a program you're working here. It's not the most charming little building due to its height and its thinness, but it's appropriate. And I think it can be approved as submitted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. John?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I heard mention there's 2 windows on the north elevation. Am I correct? I can't see them.
No, they're not there. I think maybe somebody was suggesting putting them there, John.
I was suggesting putting them there. They're not there.
Yeah.
Window there. Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back. The north elevation, usually we have a thing is 2 to 1 of two in width and 1 in height. for a small building like this. And this here, it looks like a lunch pail up on end. So I don't know, it is too wide for the height. So it's something, our general regulation is 2 to 1. 2 in width, 1 in height. Gotta look into it. Thank you.
Okay, John, thank you. So Michael, this is what we call a cautionary tale. You had an approval. And as far as I can tell, essentially what you're doing is you're taking the deck that was already approved in the stair and you're just flipping everything around. But what you've done is like invited, the board to essentially take another bite of the apple. I happen to agree that this building is very vertical. I don't think there's any disagreement about that, frankly. However, it was approved, and you had said rightly that really what's happening here is you're simply flipping the orientation of the deck from one side of the building to the other side, not to the front, to the other side. So,
Correct.
yeah, I'm sort of like trying to stay by the rules here and only evaluating not the entire building, but what you're changing on a previously approved application. So I personally do not have any objections to the flipping. That's it. So,
Noted.
okay, that's my view, but so board members, I know there's a lot of different opinions about this. Could somebody give me a motion of some kind?
I will.
Okay, Stephen.
I'm not normally a flipper, but motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, we'll see where that we'll see where that goes. Okay, on the motion, Diane.
See what somebody else says first.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Abby.
I'm a reluctant yes. I just think
Oh.
it's reading as very modern, and I don't know what the main building looks like. I can't remember it, so I'm just going out on a,
Abby, I want to say I agree with you, but the fact is that was already approved. The part that's bad was already approved. So
right.
so
Like to see them together.
So you're okay with Stephen's
yes,
motion? Okay, thank you. John. Stephen's motion is to approve. John, are you in favor?
I'm sorry.
Stephen has made a motion to approve this as submitted. Are you in favor?
Yes.
Okay, and so Diane?
I will make a weak yes.
Okay. Michael, you're not going to walk away with us, cheering this one. But so, Stephen, on your motion?
I'm a yeah, because we're supposed to be voting on what's in front of us, not what somebody else already approved, noting I probably didn't vote yes on this before. Thank you.
Okay, so Stephen has voted yes on his motion, and I will too. That motion actually carries.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, 28 Lily Street. Is David Barsh here?
I believe David is here, and Holly will be driving for this one.
Okay.
I am here.
Hello, David.
And I have to recuse. I'm right across the street.
Oh, okay. So, and Val, are you here? Are you back? Val's gone. So that means that we need two. So it's going to be Jesse. Jesse, I want to hear that you're okay.
Mr. Chair, I am here.
Yeah, got it. Okay, so that's Jesse and Carrie.
Yep, I'm here.
All right, great. Thanks. David, move forward. Thank you.
Well, this is a revision to a previously approved driveway, and the layout has changed a little bit, but I understand that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about the material change, and the material has gone from granite basic slabs to granite cobbles in the parking space alone. It was meant to match the walkway in material, but now it's a separate material for a separate purpose, gone from granite to granite, slabs to cobbles. And I have a picture if, yeah, there you go.
That would be very, very helpful. Oh. When you
Mr.
say,
Chair, these are photos from my inspection earlier this spring on this project.
okay, so David, essentially they're cobbles,
That's right.
cobblestone.
That's right.
I mean, the material is granite, but you know,
It's cobblestones.
cobblestone. Okay. Is that it?
The client decided she wanted something a little more traditional, so that's where we are. Yes, that's it.
Well, we love traditional. Thank you. Okay, Holly.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So just to give you a little bit, obviously, this is a historic structure within the historic district. Actually, circa 1804, attributed to John Brown Coleman, a house right. And this obviously property had some work done, a few COAs, and there was just a approval that was done through staff. We've taken care of that, which is actually in the packet as well. But this obviously part from the change of material is something that did not meet the approval that the commission made. So that's why he's before you this evening.
Great, thank you. And I did have one small question, David. You said, as a preface, you said, well, you're changing the orientation of the driveway, but that's not under consideration. What did you mean by that? I'm just curious.
Well, the driveway used to be straight head into an existing tree, and we found that wasn't enough room in reality. And so to keep these big old chestnut trees, we canted the driveway slightly angled, and it seems to work fine for the client. It's drivable, and we kept the trees, so that's why that's the way it is.
Sounds like a win. All right.
Very good.
Yeah, that the trees are those two gray circles, right?
That's right.
Okay, very good. It'll also help you on a one-way street getting in and out.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks everyone, board members.
I'll go.
Thanks, Diane. Go ahead.
It is, I approve it. I approve it. I think it looks good in that picture and stuff. I think it's interesting not being exactly indentated all the way around. It's got different shapes. I appreciate the work to save the trees. I think that's most important. And so I have no problems.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Let's see, Carrie?
Yeah, I don't mind the cobble at all. I think it fits in. I think what's making me feel like it's odd is the transition to the brick apron. But that's not atypical. It's just that the stone, I guess it's Goshen on the sidewalk in front, maybe,
It is.
is so attractive and blends so well with the patio that would have been nice. But I don't think it's a problem, the brick.
The brick actually matches the extension of the sidewalk further down the street. That's
So
why it's
right.
brick.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, it sounds like you're all right with this.
Yeah,
Carrie.
I am all right with this.
All right, thank you. How about you, Jesse?
Yeah, all this makes sense. The cobble's more traditional and we're saving trees, so I have no concerns.
Very good, thank you. John, anything?
Yes, I think it's a very nice looking entryway to that house and people visit, and there's a good mixture on the ground of the different stones and stuff. I like it. I think it's very nice. Thank
Great.
you.
Hey, John, you feel like making a motion?
I'll give you a motion to approve it.
That sounds great. Okay, so John has made a motion to approve. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Very good. Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen. Oh, no, sorry. Jesse.
Aye.
Okay. Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you very much, David. See you later.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you, board.
Thanks. Okay, 18B Bartlett.
I'm back, Mr. Chair.
All right. And Abby's probably still.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're back to the regular board. Do we have somebody to represent 18B Bartlett?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and hi to all the members. My name is Pat Zlatev, and I'm the owner at 18B Bartlett Road.
Very good.
What we submitted application before to move the house and add a foundation, and this application is for a small addition to one of the gable ends to the house, and changing new windows, new doors, and new exterior trim. So if we begin from I believe from the top, which is, can I just see the site plan just real quick? Yeah, so the addition is going to be on the right-hand side, from one of the gable ends, and scrolling down, if you can show, I think below, yes, right here. So under that addition, we're going to add stairs or front door going towards the basement apartment. That's going to be facing Bartlett Road. And then on the other side, 1A, there's going to be the existing door that I'm going to just replace with new door. And I'm going to add a new door. Yes, that's 1A is the existing, and the number 2 is a new door going towards the kitchen. The large window that is going to be replaced by double window B and B is going to be one thing. Yep. And if you go down, I believe there's going to be, yes, so the chimney, I would like to remove that. It just, it's not a fireplace. It's been an old, probably coil or wood burning heating type of, some type of heater. So that's going to be, the chimney would like to be removed, as well as the decks, yeah, on the front of the house, which is going to be the back of the house with the new when the house is turned, as well as the side deck, which is coming. It's going to be replaced by that addition. The new exterior trim is going to be natural, windows and corner boards and all that stuff. Window sashes will be changed to 6 light on top and 1 single light on the bottom sash, and then replace. Actually, that's about it.
Well, what you're keeping us in suspense because we have not yet seen the side that faces Bartlett Road.
Okay, I think we went through. Actually, it's the next one. Yeah.
There we are. Okay,
Yeah.
so this, folks, this is the side that faces Bartlett Road, and you can see his addition on the left-hand side with that door that goes down to the basement. Okay?
Yes.
Think we got it. Thank you. Who would
All
like
right.
to start?
Could we see the existing north elevation?
Yeah, so one thing, if I'm not mistaken here, didn't the house like turn around?
Yes.
Yep.
So that the existing, the front of the existing house, which is dashed in, is actually now the back of the house. So your question, I would think, Abby, is around like, what does the existing house look like as seen from Bartlett Road? Would that be correct?
Yeah, I think I'll start there because.
Okay, in which case then we would want to see, I believe, the south elevation of the, north elevation of existing.
or actually, I'll jump right into the
Okay.
proposed.
All right.
Because I think, okay, so it was just a simple cape,
Yes.
and now I'm not sure what it is. So I think we've lost a little bit here, although not much. I think the front door needs a little more presence on Bartlett Road. And I think the whole front facade needs a little more presence. In the back, it doesn't really matter, but I thought it was odd that on the addition, the door isn't right under that roof line. It's sort of the roof, the new addition line comes right down on
No,
top of
oh,
that.
Abby,
Yes,
that line
yes.
is the addition, but you're not going to see that line because it's basically, he's just extruding the roof out. Like, you're not going to see a line there. It's not a break in the roof or anything like that. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
that's.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Chair. Yep.
It does look really odd if it's.
Yeah,
what-
no, I mean, if that was like a break in a roof line, it would be one thing, and I understand what you're saying. But when this is actually constructed, that's all going to be shingled and you won't see that line at all.
Well, I think.
The other thing, sorry to interrupt, I wanted to mention regarding the facade, the street view is that I have currently quite a bit of vegetation in front of the house. And although I might take some because of construction, I'm going to replacing all that, the face of the house and the side where my neighbor is. I'm going to be doing all evergreen hedges over there.
Okay. Well, let's let Abby continue just for a moment, all right?
Right, it's just that we don't have that before us. We don't have a landscape plan. We're just looking at the elevation and who knows what's going to happen. You know, you may not have this house forever. So I just think, the back of the house has more presence, or the south elevation has more presence than the north elevation. So I'd like to either, you know, a front porch or something to say, this is the front of the house, welcome. It just seems a little severe. So I'll stop there. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Diane, you want to start? Or
Yeah,
you
well,
want to go?
I'll go after. I think it's simplicity to the nth degree. And I don't know why he's taking the chimney out. It needs something, even though the planting is going to be, it needs something more than what is there. I think the north, if you gussy up the front door a little bit, good, and put a little railing so that it comes, you got it going across the front of the door and going down the 2 steps. It's only 2 steps, but it would put something at the front door or at the front part.
Yeah, I can
I'm-
definitely add a railing over there.
Okay, let's let Diane finish.
And I think you can put a fake chimney back, but it needs something there. It needs something. Let's look at the south. Like the east and west are just simple 2 windows. So that's the east. The east is okay. I guess those 2 mulled windows are probably a kitchen area. And
Yes, that's correct.
so let's look at the south. That's where the south should have those mulled windows separated, I think. So you have windows across the front. I think Abby's idea of having a porch roof or something would add a lot to it. It's with 2 windows, 2 doors, exactly the same on the both on the same side is not something that we do too often. So to break it up, which wouldn't cost so much more because you still would have 4 windows, but they would be separated. And you could put a porch roof over part of it, which would give it some indication more than what's there. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Val?
I I don't disagree with what's been said, but I think that when he came in and we approved this as a turnaround, we were all very concerned about that, and it was based on the vegetation that we allowed that to happen. So if that vegetation is to remain or be reproduced, I don't have as much of a concern making it have presence facing the street. I don't mind the suggestions people have made, but as far as the south goes, we're never going to see that. So I think it's okay.
Okay.
I do have concerns that the windows are rather small as egress windows, but that's not our problem.
Okay, thanks, Val.
Yep.
John?
Yes, sir, thank you. In my memory, this is a last house cottage built on Outlet Road that had a 6-inch pitch on it, and it was approved. Because I remember this well, at this meeting, we voted to change over from 6 minimum to 7 minimum. I remember that well. But anyway, I have no objection to the structure. Thank you.
Okay, so with all due respect to Abby and to Diane, it's interesting, Diane, you said that this was simplicity to the nth degree, which I was interpreting to mean that it was really good. Because I think that one thing that Nantucket is starting to lack is simplicity. I really like this. It is Bartlett Road. It's super simple. And now we actually have a door on the new front of the building. I wouldn't object to having a little bit more trim as in a frontispiece or whatever there. I think to ask to have a porch roof over this that's going to be way, way over on Justified Way to the left is going to look very odd. Also, it's an expense that I don't think is necessary given Val's comments about visibility. So I'm kind of okay with this. And yes, the south elevation is not going to be visible from a public way. So
I do have one other quick concern, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Doesn't the basement need another egress? And I only say that is because it would impact what it looks like on the outside.
So the basement has 2 egresses on the south side. There is 2 window wells on the south side. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you need 2 stairways.
I went to the commissioner and run that whatever I was going to propose to HDC. And then he said that the way it is, it's fine.
You may want to double check with him, if I may, point of order, Mr. Chair. Just, this is, you're going to want to check R11, I think it's R11.2 or 3 of the building code on egress. And sometimes what happens is topics come up at the building department, but without having actual drawings in front of the inspector or the commissioner, there may be an answer that may not work out in plan. But if you're going to do revisions, I'd suggest you look into that.
Yeah, so Stephen knows his code stuff, so you might want to check into that. Thanks, Stephen. Let's have a motion of some kind on this.
Well, I think we can approve what's in front of us, and if he has to add one, he'll have to come back, so.
Oh, yeah, I would agree with that, definitely.
So I make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, we'll give that a try, see how it goes. On that motion, Diane?
What about the idea that he seemed to go along with the little bit extra at the front door with the railing?
We could, if he's willing to do that.
Okay, so let's pull you in for a second. Are you okay with doing like a little railing at the quote unquote front door, the one that goes down to the basement?
Yes, yes.
You are?
Okay, I
Okay,
amend my motion to include that.
Thank you.
all right, very good. So you're okay with the motion now, Diane?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Very good. John?
Aye.
And Val Oliver on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Thanks so much.
Thank you
Okay,
very
now-
much. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Thanks. Now 8 Lewis Court. Do we have somebody to represent this?
Yes, good evening.
Hey,
sir.
there you are. Okay, great. So demo move off shed. All right, let's take a look.
So basically is demolition of the existing shed that's on the property. That's right there.
Was concerned why that wasn't on consent.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, so could it have anything to do with the vintage? It doesn't look like it.
I think Kadeem was just keeping us on our toes.
I think
Wait,
so.
what, is it covering?
That's all it is, guys. Keeping you on your toes.
So the trick question here, okay, because it looks like it has Anderson windows in it.
This was an easy win for the HTC.
Okay.
Mr.
Shall we?
Chair,
Yes.
the NHL data says that the house is 1980, so you could assume that the vintage of the shed is around the same time frame or even newer.
Okay. Thank you, Holly.
Is it screening something? Is that why it's on consent?
No, I just, listen, a lot of applications came in and I think that it's difficult to review them all.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, there really was no reason at all. Honestly, I have not done any demos or moves on consent yet, and I will look into that with you and others.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Well,
Kadeem.
I'll go. I don't have a concern.
Should we just do, you want to?
Motion to approve the demo.
Here we go. Okay. Thank you. On Val's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Very good. Val on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Sorry to keep you on Zoom for so long for that. Thank you. Next up, 93 Main.
I went by this today and there is a gate there.
Hello. Yeah. Hi.
Hey.
Yeah. So what we are proposing is actually there is an existing gate, as you can see on the pictures, which is like about 4 feet, and the homeowner, they want to raise it. They want to make it taller, go to around 6 feet, like the neighboring gate, like for example the one on 89 Main Street, which is next door, or right across the street 92, which is not a gate but a fence, which is around 6 feet tall too. So we're trying to do same style, just taller, 6 feet.
In the front?
Yeah, the existing gate that's there, we just want to make it taller, so to give them a little more privacy in the back.
Okay, thanks. I think that's pretty straightforward. You would add that obviously in the panels as opposed to the vertical boards, the vertical balusters.
Yeah, in the panels, of course, because this one actually looks like it's cut off on the bottom, like not.
It kind of does. Yes, it does. There's no frame. There's a frame on 3 sides and none on the bottom. But I think that you would need to increase the height of those, the posts, right?
Yes.
The posts will have to probably get higher. Yeah, the same height as the gate. Yeah.
Well, higher. Okay, so let's hear what Holly and her group have to say about this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so just for the commission's knowledge, this is an individually significant structure that this gate is associated with. This is the East Brick that was built for William Starbuck by his father, Joseph Starbuck, between 1837 and 1839. I want to notate for the record, and I'm going to continue doing that this application did not have any historic information with the application. We need to continue, and I will continue doing that, letting people know we need to have that information on the application. As far as the application is provided, the drawings, there's drawings that are needed for the proposed gate. There's no dimensions, nothing. So that would be nice. And the height of the existing posts I do concur would have to change. I believe HSAB agrees with me. They reviewed this on September 13th. They would like to see drawings of the proposed gate, and they would prefer 4.5 foot solid board similar to the other 2 bricks was a recommendation.
Okay.
Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Holly. Now, Hillary, I noticed that your hand's up. So if you could unmute and you there?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can
Hi.
you hear
Yeah,
me?
sure. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm a neighbor. In fact, the picture of my gate is there on the screen. And I just wanted to echo Holly's comments. I just think it's extremely important to understand that there's a whole plan to this house. Obviously, is an extremely important house. There's a whole plan to the fencing on the house. It lines up with the cast iron front. And I think there's an opportunity for this commission to really help the applicant design a gate that is consistent with what needs to be there for this incredibly significant structure that also meets their needs for privacy. I would just proceed with, I'd appreciate it if the commission could proceed with a lot of caution. That being said, I understand that I also have a gate that is 6 feet tall and I'm not directly next door. There's another house in between us. And there are other tall gates on the fence or on the street. Our gate, there was no gate. It was just a totally open fence. And we modeled our gate exactly on 88 Main Street, which is across the street. So we weren't replacing a historic gate. I think it would be helpful to get some old photos. I'd really encourage the applicant to go through the NHA photo archive, and there are going to be lots of photos of this house, and maybe try to find out who built this gate, when it was put in, because there's a lot of extraordinary millwork on this house. It might all have been done at the same time. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Hillary. That's good points all. Thank you. Diane, you want to start?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I do not think it should be a 6-foot fence on Main Street. I think that this is a classic, one of our classic historic buildings, and the 4-foot high fits down with the existing fencing going away from it against the foundation when it turns from whatever it is to brick, and the 6-foot high fence I find is inappropriate. I don't think it's good. It doesn't fit into the place. You can see on the 4-foot, you can see back into the property. If this was some house out in the boonies, it would be fine. But this is one of our classic 3-4 houses right there together, and we have to be very careful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Diane. Abby. You have Abby?
Sorry, I was muted.
No, it's okay.
The fence that's existing looks like it doesn't have a bottom to it.
It
So
doesn't.
it looks like it was cut off. It looks like it was for a larger application or something. But what about if we compromise, and we're not supposed to do that, but historic house, but what if it went up to the top of the, or just below the cap on the posts? And it was or do you want to rework with this existing gate, or do we want to create a whole new one? I mean, I think it's out of proportion now, so I wouldn't mind redoing this gate. So
I don't want to speak for the applicant or the applicant's representative, but my guess is that they're probably going to need to rebuild this. They can't just like add a piece on.
It will have to be rebuilt, yes.
Yeah.
Because as Abby said, it's improportionate, and it needs to the bottom panel, proportion between the bottom panel and the balusters should be better.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, at 4 feet, I think it looks too short, but it may just be this design. So maybe that's my eye telling me that. So.
Okay. Thank you. Val?
Sure. I agree with some drawings. That would be really helpful. And I would encourage the applicant to take pictures up and down Main Street from one end to the other, because there is a mass variety of them. A lot of them are very tall. And also look through, as Holly mentioned, the old historic photos to see if there's any inspiration there.
Okay. Thanks, Val. John?
Yes, sure, thank you. There are approximately 6 or 7 6-foot fences, all painted white, I believe, between the Pacific National Bank and the monument. I find if they want to set them back off the property line, that's their business, but I think there's 4 of them right out on the property line, so I have no objection to putting more of them up there. They match the houses. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John. I think that some good points were brought up. First and foremost, we should see a drawing of what you're proposing. Hopefully that drawing would include a bottom rail, unlike what we were looking at right now. I think that 6 feet might be tall. I also think that to Hillary and Val's point, some historic photos of how the fence used to be would be very helpful in moving forward. So I think we're looking for a few things from you. Can I have a motion?
I motion to hold for revision
And some more information?
and more information, more historic
information. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val. Val.
Aye.
Yeah, very good. Thanks. Abby.
Aye.
Great. John.
Chair, repeat the motion, please.
It's to hold for some revisions, some drawings, and historic information.
Thank you.
You're good?
Aye, I'm in favor of holding.
Great, thank you. And Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. That motion carries. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
31 Washing Pond Road.
Hi there.
Howdy.
So, not sure if you guys remember this one, but you guys already approved a pool over there, which we put in, have already installed, and we've got the screening that was required. We've got a row of Leland cypress trees that line that shell driveway and actually return a bit towards the garage to block visibility of the pool. And I believe you'll find that it would actually block the visibility of this pergola that we're proposing. So we're just asking for a simple cedar pergola in that area depicted.
Do you have photos of everything installed, Lindsay?
I do not think Alicia put those photos in. I know. I actually asked her about that today. It was these are the photos from the original submission. But I mean, I think that even from these photos, you can tell the visibility is going to be very limited to that back portion of the house.
Okay.
And it's not a crazy, as you can see, it's just a simple pergola, nothing fancy.
What is the stone wall? Is that going to be like a barbecue thing?
Yeah, so that's already all installed. That was previously
that
approved.
is.
That's
Okay.
that's a stone outdoor kitchen.
All right.
And
So
so
it's
this is
only
really
the
just the
wooden
pergola to
portion.
cover the dining table is going to sit underneath the pergola.
I'll just make note of these fantastic drawings, these hand-drawn drawings, how nice they are.
Did you draw them?
Yes, Rapold drew those like 20 years ago.
Did you really?
Yeah, of course.
That's
Back when I
awesome.
used to draw by hand, yeah. Anyway.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'll say again, like towards the end of these applications here, I definitely did not get a full chance to look over for consent items. So if this one is a
Right.
consent, I do apologize for wasting our time here tonight. Sorry about that.
We're not wasting our time, but
And
thank you.
Kadeem, that's not your responsibility, so don't worry about it.
You need some backup. Okay, who would like to start on this one?
I will.
Thank you, John.
Okay, I have a question first. It says it had a two by four rafters.
Yes.
My question is this, usually they're 2x6s.
Actually, John, these are 2x8 rafters.
What are they?
2x8.
Well, if you went up 3 notches, I could read it. I'm
Yeah,
just trying to guess. Thank you. Is it natural or to match the house?
It's natural to weather.
Thank you. I think it's approvable.
Okay, sounds good. Val?
I agree. Is that retaining Lindsay already there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're good?
Yep.
All right, Abby?
Sorry, I was muted. What does that look like from the other side? That kitchen? Yeah, there we go.
Now keep in mind, Abby, that stone kitchen piece is already there.
Okay.
What we're talking about right now is just the pergola that's over top of it.
Oh, okay. I'm just super sensitive because I was at a golf, that golf thing out at Sankaty, and I saw a outside kitchen that's supposed to be invisible, and there's a huge towering chimney right on a walkway. So we have to be careful. I was just super sensitive to that. The pergola, I'm fine with the pergola. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Diane?
I'm fine with that pergola.
Oh, you're fine with it. Okay. It sounds like we can have a motion then.
Motion.
Go on, go on, Val.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Sounds good. On the motion, Abby. Abby, you're muting. Let's try Diane.
Aye.
Okay.
Sorry,
How about
aye.
and there's Abby. How about you, John?
Aye.
Great. And on the motion, Val?
Aye.
I'm in favor of motion carries. Thank you. Lindsay, you got a couple more. 16 Lowell.
Yep. So I'm not sure if you probably remember this one. So obviously
Of course we
the
do.
14A is the one that's along the road. So this one already approved and is actually already built. So we're just really going, kind of defining out the driveway, which is, shell, steel edging. And then in the back around the pool area, which I don't think will be visible. Just a wood deck around the pool. We've got a little fire pit kind of tucked in the back corner, which again, the house obstructs the view of that. Yeah, it's a fairly simple landscape plan.
Well, Lindsay, I'm confused about one thing here.
Sure.
And maybe I'm the only person who's confused, but we're looking at a drawing where a portion of the landscape plan is bubbled in red, but not the whole thing. In other words, the pool is not in the bubble.
The pool was already approved. So
Okay.
the pool was already
So
approved. in a
we
previous
seriously are only approving this little fire pit deal, the equipment pad. Does that say 8x8 pool?
Pool equipment pad. So that's the size.
I see. Okay.
Kadeem, can you go to the application? Because I believe that we are. Yeah. So okay. So then Matt McEachran must have gotten the driveway already approved, and when he submitted the house, and this is the only thing that we're going for the approval for, because the pool was already approved.
Okay.
So Matt must have gotten the driveway approved when he did the house. So then the only change to that plan would be just that little fire pit area in the back corner.
Okay.
Isn't there a drop off back there? that would require some kind of.
Yeah, so we've got a little bit of retaining around the pool equipment area. You can see that little PT retaining wall that we've got going on there to retain. And actually the pool equipment's going to stay at the lower elevation.
Is that the note that says sunken 24 inches?
Yeah, and then we've got the PT retaining wall. It says right above it, height 2
2
feet.
feet. I see. Yes.
So that's just a hide that. So we wanted the pool equipment lower anyway, and we've got privet hedges screening it.
Okay. So if everybody understands this, I would like to hear from the board.
Mr. Chair, I do have.
Oh, I'm sorry, Holly. Go
That's
ahead.
okay.
Yep.
So as you all are aware, this is an infill dwelling that was built on a contributing lot within the historic district. My comments would be that it's very close to the rear and side property line. Also, the patio material isn't quite typical. HSAB took a look at this on September 13th. They said, can the patio move south away from the property line? And outdoor lighting should comply with dark skies guidelines. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Can I just say one thing real quick? I think that the visibility in this back corner is going to be, you can't.
Yeah.
Everything else has already been approved. So I mean, the patio is bluestone. It's not a odd material, in my opinion.
What's the word I'm looking for where it's not cut the edges?
Irregular.
Right. It's more of a natural patio.
Yeah,
Natural
irregular.
bluestone.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was looking for. Okay.
Okay.
Who would like to start? John?
Can I ask some more questions? Because I don't, just to clarify.
Go ahead, Abby.
The sunken 24-inch equipment pad.
Yes.
Is already being approved?
No, so the pool's already been approved, the driveway's been approved, the deck's been approved. The only thing that hasn't been approved is this back corner where we're adding the fire pit and the pool equipment. And I just want to point out that there is an existing fence along the property line that's I think it's a 5-in-1 fence that's on that rear property line already. And I believe it extends over onto the other side as well. There's a very dense existing privet already. So I think visibility is going to be, I mean, obviously it's in the back corner of the lot. It's not visible, but.
Okay. So have we ever seen an equipment pool pad? It's alien to me and I don't know what it means I don't know if it should be brought off the property more. I mean, I'm okay with the patio. I think it's drawn in a little heavy. I think it's going to be probably not as hard as that, but I'm just worried about this equipment pad. Have we ever had one before?
Well,
yeah,
yeah.
You have to have an equipment pad for the pool it's just gravel. So it's just a gravel area where the pool equipment sits on. It's not like an actual pad. It's a gravel pad.
Just looks like a really large area.
Yeah.
What's Val saying? I maybe you can help me understand.
No, I think that we need more information. I'm more concerned about the dip off and this PT wall. And now you're telling us it's gravel and there's nothing saying it's gravel. And then what's the square thing? That's a fire pit.
That's the pool equipment. But again, I'd like to point out it's in the very back corner of the lot. It's completely hidden by the house. There's zero visibility from any public way. We're using the grades to our advantage to just kind of hide the pool equipment more from kind of everybody by having it sunken down low. But if you look at how the proximity it is from the road, the house blocks the whole thing. So
Right. Could I see the site plan then? I want to look at the neighborhood. Very
Oh, you mean the locust plan?
I mean the locust.
Yeah, so there it is in the upper right. We need to zoom in on that.
Maybe we should have a viewing.
Well, I'm thinking we should have the previous approval so we see what Matt did get approved because we don't have a copy of that.
Yeah.
And I have concern too with these AC units here hanging out in the middle of this pea stone,
So,
not
so
screened.
it's that blue, the
Yes.
Big Dipper there.
Yes.
So way in the back in that way corner, isn't there something right? I mean, you say it's far back on Lowell Place, but for appropriateness, I mean, it's like right on Barnabas Lane in the back.
Well, it's behind that garage.
Right,
at
right. So-
11 Barnabas, yeah.
Right, okay. I'm just orienting myself to imagine what this thing is and where it's going. So just bear with me.
And I don't want to speak for Lindsay, but I have a feeling that pad, somebody mentioned air conditioning. That's
Mhm.
cool equipment, not that it's different.
No, if you blow it up, as I have on my screen,
Okay.
in the pea stone area of what looks like maybe, I don't know, even know what
That's on the
that is.
side of
Oh,
the structure, but we're
that.
not applying. for
There
that
are
valve.
3
Yes,
AC
okay.
units identified with no screening.
But we're not applying for that. We're only
Lindsay,
applying-
this is a hardscape plan, so
No,
I'd
but
like
we're
to know
only
what was
bubbled in-
approved and what hasn't been approved on one
Lindsay.
plan.
Lindsay,
Yes,
yeah. Show us what was approved.
okay.
See, because Val is questioning whether those things have been approved or whether they just sort of mysteriously showed up on the plan. So should we hold this for some more information? It sounds like there's enough doubt.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
We should hold it for
Could
more
identify
information.
everything on the plan. I appreciate that.
Yeah, okay. I think it's going to be fine, but just to be safe. So Diane, was that a motion to hold for more information?
Yes, and perhaps a view.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Because a lot of the pieces, I believe, are in place, right, Lindsay?
And topography.
Yeah, if you could show some topo on there.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so that was Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
thank you, John.
Aye.
Great. And Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too, so that motion carries. Okay, so let's see. I think you got one more. Lindsay at 10 Bassett. What's going on there?
So these are some walls that, or it's an as-built situation that we need to get approved. There's no visibility from any public way. I know that there's obviously some photos that the neighbors had sent in, but that was actually from private property. If you look at the locus, you'll be able to clearly see, and also from the photos, that those retaining walls that everything else was already approved back there. It's just sort of side retaining walls. But again, it's not visible from any public way.
I just want to speak to that in a general sense. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's okay to build it
Well, and it's also up to the
without
board.
approval.
Yeah, it's just up to the board to determine what the visibility is or is not.
Right. That's why we're back in front of the board.
Right. Although it sounds like you may also, was there a complaint made on this?
There was, yes.
Okay, so just to make sure that we cover all the bases, is the person who made the complaint on this Zoom session? Oh, we have a written, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I do not believe the person's here, but we do have a written statement with a little, actually, it's a whole presentation, 11 pages. I did send it out. Some of the photos that might be in this presentation are sent from are taken from a private property, but they are here if you would like to go through them.
Yes.
And let me know how you would like to do that.
You mean how to share the information?
Yep, I'm happy to read the information. I'm happy to just go through
No,
the
so I think
photos.
you can just scroll down the photos. I mean,
Fantastic.
most of them would be photos, or documents like this, right?
And so one thing that we're actually proposing doing is we're going to propose taking that, even though it's still not visible from a public way, we're going to take down that 6-foot wall and split it up into 2 retaining walls and terrace it. so that we can provide screening, more screening from the neighbors to help hide the retaining walls from the neighbor's side, not from the wall road. Now, we were approved a 30-foot high wall on the back side.
30 inches high.
Yeah, but on the water side. So we were not approved the walls returning. The photos that she took are from the returning walls, not of the other walls that were already approved. And I believe the other, correct me if I'm wrong, Kadeem, but I think it was that one was approved due to lack of visibility as well. I think it was on consent.
That's a hell of a lot of retaining, though.
Yeah, phenomenal.
To just brush it off because you can't see it is really irritating me.
Okay, so Lindsay, have you said all that you need to say?
Yep.
Look at the crap.
Well, no, that is getting removed. We're obviously not leaving that there. We were just kind of keeping it there until we removed it all. But we've stopped all work to, obviously get all this sorted out. And like I said, we're proposing actually taking that 6-foot wall down to 2 3-foot high walls and have plantings in between.
Is this wall right on the property line?
It's very close to it, yes.
Okay, because it would appear that somebody was trespassing when they took those pictures of the back.
Well, I also think, though, doesn't a wall that's 6 foot high need a building permit?
Yeah, we've already talked to the building commissioner about it.
And he said what?
He said he'd give us a permit. But
okay.
We're going back.
Everybody just do what they want.
We're going back and changing it so that it's going to be 2 3-foot high walls. So we're actually cutting down that 6-foot high wall and making 2 3-foot high walls.
All right, so Val, I think I know what your opinion of this
Well,
is.
no, and I did go out there today, and he's right. From the road, you can't see it. But my point is, this kind of stuff is continuing to happen. It's not just retaining walls. It's houses getting ripped down without a permit. It's this, it's that. And everybody just goes, oh, well, you can't see it. So, it's not right. There should be a fine.
Sorry, but just to add to the complaint, I think that this 6-foot wall is there for a reason. It's manipulating the land to a certain degree that we don't usually go along with. So, I mean, you can see the backfill behind the wall, and
Yes.
they're making a flatter, more lawn or more something, but it's going against the grain of the natural Nantucket environment. So I just think we have to be careful.
Well, I'm not sure careful, because this was done without talking to us. So it wasn't like it slipped through the cracks kind
No,
of.
but it's hard for us to look at a 2-dimensional drawing and know, unless we start looking at, the topography to know if something like this is going on. So it's
Anyway.
quite egregious.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Abby. Let's see.
Don't we have to
okay.
say, Ray, don't we have to not approve 6 foot full of fill? We don't, to fill something in without any review?
Well, okay.
used
So this retainage, regardless of whether it's visible or not, should have been applied for.
Yes.
Because it's up to the board to determine whether it's visible from a public way or whether it's not, and also whether, like, the consequences of the retainage, i.e. the flattening out of the grade, is visible from a publicly traveled way. So yeah, all this stuff was supposed to have been applied for and was not. That's the nature of this problem. So anything else to say, Diane?
No, I think we have in past years gone further than that and said anything above approximately 2.5 feet had to be reviewed, whether you could see it or not. If we have a rule that says you can't, then, and somebody comes in would say, well, you can't see it. This is leading us down that old slippery slope that you can't see it, you can't see it. Nobody can guarantee what's going to happen.
Right.
And it's important that we follow and not change the contours of our land out there. At least I feel that way.
Yeah, understood. Okay, thank you, Diane. John?
Yes, sir. Thank you. What I'm looking at is a cement block wall,
Mm-hmm.
photo of one. And apparently it was not put in according to standard building features. So this isn't basically our problem. The basic problem with it is with the building department, because I would say, judging to the conditions of a building permit, you would have to tear it down and start from scratch. That's a building inspector's problem, not ours. Ours is, can it be seen? I don't think it can be seen when they get through. They say they're gonna fill it up on both sides. That's my, thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Hey, folks, I have an idea here. So to John's point, Lindsay, this wall, the 6-foot wall is coming down, correct?
Yeah, we're actually going to make it a tiered wall, a tiered 2-3 foot high retaining wall.
Is that the drawing that I'm looking at right now is the way it's built, correct?
That's the way it's built, yes.
All right, so I think what you need to do is you need to come back with the 2-tiered wall.
And some cross sections.
With the cross sections and with the topography, which you have your existing topo on there. We want to show how, or we want to see how you propose to alter that grade.
Actually, if you zoom in, she may have actually drawn in that second tier. Can you zoom in? She may have actually already drawn it in there.
Lindsay, it doesn't look these are the scan plans, so it's a little harder to read, but
Either those walls are incredibly close together. I don't think there's one wall.
Well, no, there looks
No, if you go back to the other one where we did draw on that second tier, you can see the second tier and you see the plantings in between. So that does show that the wall on the closer to the line, and then it shows the one right where your cursor is. That's another retaining wall that shows the tiering. And it's got the top of wall and bottom of wall for both of them.
Well, I think we need
more. But don't we have to see that? Does that come before us?
It should.
Well, yeah. So we're showing it. We're showing it now. So that's and look, we made a mistake, and I'm not trying to get around that. I mean, that's why we're here. We definitely made a mistake. We're sorry. And we're trying to make it right by the neighbor by trying to do these 2-tiered walls and add planting to screen it from the neighbor's side. But again, from the visibility from the road, there's none.
Okay.
I think we need the topo of what was there, the topo of what you're proposing, and
we have that. That's on the plan. The topo of the top of wall and bottom of wall is on the plan. And we showed the existing topo lines on the.
Well, I guess maybe we need them in a better format so we can see what's there. And
we need the elevation of it.
Site sections.
Yeah.
Through the walls.
But the main problem here is that Lindsay, the land was manipulated, like it's far beyond the 2.5 usual feet. I mean, and I mean,
Hey, guys.
Yeah. We're beating the dead horse.
Lindsay, we've spent at least 20 minutes out of a very, very, very long agenda where a lot of people are waiting for legitimate stuff that's being applied for to discuss all the things that are wrong with what you did. So just come back to us with something that will make it right.
Okay.
Okay, can I have a motion, please?
Motion to hold for revisions.
I'd like,
Revisions and- Oh, go ahead, Val, what were you gonna say?
well, I wanted to make specifically, what I said, the topo that was there before this construction started, what it is now, and where the grade changed,
And site sections.
and site section.
Side section, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna wrap all that into Diane's motion, okay? All right, so Diane has made the motion on the motion. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you. Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and Ray on the motion, aye. Okay, hopefully you learned a little lesson from this, Lindsay, thank you. Okay, next up, 316 Pulpus Road. Oh my
Mr.
God.
Chair.
No, it's seriously at 316 Pulpus Road, it's another as-built retaining wall?
It is, Mr. Chair, and this is one of those applications that I actually had to put together because it's to satisfy a violation that was done by Kathy before she left. The applicant is here. Both applications are for as-built, and tell me what you want to see. There's a rather comprehensive application with all the different approvals and the changes and the revisions that it went through, and then the inspection showing the failure. So I know Chris Lusso is here. I can let him take it away, and I will just show whatever you guys need
It's
me
not
to.
Pat Tafe, who is it?
It's not. It's actually the homeowner that's here.
Oh, okay, and the homeowner's name is Chris something?
Yes, I believe he's here and ready. Chris?
Thank you, Kadeem. Hi, Ray. Hi, board. My name is Chris LaRusso. My wife and I are the homeowners of 316 Pulpus Road. First and foremost, I want to apologize. We were under the impression that the wall was approved. My wife and I owned a small house in town, and we'd run Westmore Farm Road for years, and we sent TJ Waterson pictures of a wall at 2 Westmore Farm Road that we fell in love with back in 2016 when we bought the property. We would never have done something that we did not think was approved. We used Neil Patterson and Rita Wilson to help do the landscape plan. And I've tried to contact TJ Waterson since when I received Kathy's letter in the mail, and I ran into your office, all apologies to Kadeem, and said, whatever we can do to make it right at this point. We built our dream home. We could not be happier living there with our 2 young children. And again, I just wanted to come on tonight and apologize.
Okay. Well, I think this house is sort of near and dear to a lot of the people on the board because we reluctantly approved white board and batten, but we did so on the condition that it would be completely screened from Pulpus Road, which for anyone who's driven down Pulpus Road, it is not. And so the white just screams from Pulpus Road. So I don't know about the retainage situation, but I do know that this board approved the white trim on that main gable, a white board and batten, because we needed, there it is, the screening between Pulpus Road and the house. So you actually have 2 applications. I guess one is for an as-built retaining wall. Oh, aha. Okay.
So I think, and I could totally be mistaken, I think the miscommunication on either our builder or TJ or our end was we were approved for a rear left and right retaining wall. And then I think we had too much foundation showing in front. And David Haynes was concerned about the endangered species, the St. Andrews cross, from a runoff standpoint. Again, I apologize for the length of time this project has taken. I was out of work due to COVID, so we hit pause. We started back up again, so I think there was a little bit lost in translation with all parties involved. And I think the front retaining wall, there was some miscommunication around.
Okay, there's a number of issues here because I just noticed my handwriting on that approval, And it said that the front barn board was supposed to be approved as platinum gray. Is it white?
So I saw platinum. Oh, go. I apologize.
I can attest to this. I just drove by and took a picture of it just yesterday. It is the brightest white you've ever seen.
Yeah,
There
that's
is
not
no
platinum gray.
screening. There's no screening whatsoever. It's a clear shot from Pulpus looking at exactly that picture. And I mean, I don't even know where to start with this.
Well, can I make a suggestion here? We can sort of cut through a lot of this. This, Chris, this application all sort of hinged on blocking the visibility down the driveway to the house as seen from Pulpus Road. And so clearly that's not there. So what you need to do is you need to go in and do that planting.
Okay, we've just struggled so much trying to find mature trees. What we also didn't realize was most of the vegetation that blocked the original structure from the road was bamboo, which was extremely invasive and expensive to take away. So we've been trying to find trees. And Kadeem, if you can go back to just the permit where it says platinum gray, again, below says distant gray, and that's the color we use. And we thought we were using the correct color.
What does it say?
See, platinum gray's up there, but at the bottom there, it says see distant gray, and that's the color we used. Benjamin Moore, distant gray.
It says barn board to be approved as platinum gray.
So
Okay, so
Mr. Chair, that's actually TJ Watterson's handwriting, I believe. That is the applicant's request for distant gray.
right, and then what this guy didn't know is what Ray or
That does make sense.
Correct. Yep.
he
Do you,
didn't know
do you
that.
understand what that? So when this application came before us, TJ had filled in that information that said he was requesting Ben Moore distant gray. And then on the approval, which is that double box up in the upper right-hand corner, we approved it as platinum gray, which is darker than this distant gray. So that's part of the issue. Now, as long as we're talking about this, what is the deal with the copper roof layout? What's that?
So,
oh my goodness.
Before,
that's all copper?
Well, before TJ left, he told us that we had approvals to do the shed roofs in copper. When I received Kathy's picture, she said we only had the porch roof approved for copper.
Yeah.
And not the other shed roofs.
Yeah, we've never approved those shed roofs as copper. I mean, it's just not done.
But
Cooper.
the front, go,
Cooper
sorry.
No.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we talk about lessons to be learned. Somebody's got to go read Building with Nantucket in Mind. I mean, this, I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but I've been driving by this house and it catches my eye every single time.
Yeah.
And
agreed.
Something has to be done. Either you've got to paint, I don't know. I don't know how we come up with a plan on how to write this. I don't even know.
Would you
how
be
to
okay if we continue looking for vegetation that shields it more from the road?
Absolutely.
Well, I think you have to do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was part. That was a part of our approval. So yes, definitely.
Do you have any suggestions, or again, we've been trying to locate. We found trees. I have them written down called 7 Sun trees at Surfing Hydrangea. They're seeing the largest that they can get in this fall.
Well, let me ask you a question. Are they deciduous trees? I've never heard of those trees. Are they deciduous or evergreen?
They are not evergreen. Craig from Surfing Hydrangea saw the style of our home and thought they would go.
Well, this is not this is not about aesthetics and style. This is about blocking the house. So you're really going to need to have evergreen vegetation out there. And you may want to consider, see how that drive if the way that your drive is set up right now, and you've got those two bollards on either side of the drive, well, clearly you can't plant in your driveway as configured. So from where we're looking at this picture, you can put all the vegetation in the world in there, but we're still going to see the front of the house because that's where the drive is. So I think that you have to consider this on a number of different levels. The configuration of the drive, one, the amount of vegetation between your house and Pulpus Road, two, three, the color that's actually on the building. And then the copper roofs, that's a, little bit of a tragedy because you paid a lot of extra money to put those on beyond what you would have paid for shingles. And as Kathy said, the copper roofs are only ever approved down on low single-story porch roofs. So
he needs to go under somebody's wing to guide him.
yeah.
And I would volunteer if that would help, because I've been driving by it and I'm in a sweat right now thinking about it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Stephen.
Can I appreciate Abby suggesting that. And I've been out to this house a few times in the last couple of weeks for other business, not personal financial gain or anything like that. But it's, the thing that's, and I want to speak because if this comes before us, I will be an alternate. I may actually sit on it. So I hope that's okay. I agree with everything that's been said. And the thing that really slaps you in the face is the white, the barn board. It's just the whole treatment is atypical. But one of the things that might be a salve, at least in the short term, till a longer term solution could be hatched, is if Chinese elms were planted near the granite, perhaps on the roadside, and then at 30-foot intervals, it would go a long way. A 3-inch caliper tree. The Chinese elm is very fast growing, and then they could come up with understory plantings. They're going to be limited in their final height out in that area due to the wind, the coastal wind exposure, but it would take some of the sting out immediately. And I just wanted to put that out there for y'all. Thank you.
Okay.
Deciduous, however, they are deciduous.
Yes, Diane, I'm sorry. I wasn't suggesting a permanent solution. I was just suggesting something to help at the moment because this, it seems like, isn't going to be rectified in a meeting or two. Thank you.
No, I understand that, but they're going to be losing their leaves within the next 3 weeks. So,
well, right. So the issue is the paint color, to Stephen's point, and frankly, to pretty much everyone's point, is the paint color needs to be changed. That will be helpful. The vegetation between Pulpus Road and the house needs to be enhanced, both sort of in the ground story and the canopy, so that the visibility, particularly of the copper roofs on the dormers, disappears. So I think there's a number of things that you can do to mitigate this. And by the way, the application is for these as-built retaining walls. I think if you solve the other issues here, you sort of by default will be solving the retaining wall issues.
Okay.
Anyway, so
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would like to just make a comment as not as staff, but as a butter, if that's okay.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
So I do drive by this house every day. For the record, I was on maternity leave when this went before both the HTC and the planning board for respective applications. So I was not involved with any of the review process. But I can tell you, as a representative of my family, there are some concerns that we have, especially with the bamboo that's there. But my main point for bringing this up is we know that this property has wetlands, and Concom has also made a application, approval. I'm not too sure where that stands, and I would have concerns on that, making sure that they're satisfied as well. So I just wanted to bring that to the record, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. So listen, I think I feel bad for you, but there are certain things that you're just going to need to do to make this right. What I would like from a member of the board is a motion to hold both of these applications for some proposal for the remediation of the infractions.
I'll make
a motion.
But Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if Chris, sorry, I don't.
Chris, yeah, that's
Would
his
like
name.
to call me and discuss and need some help in doing some quick remedies, he could get my number from the planning office and I'd be happy to help him.
Okay, I think that you might want to avail yourself of that. That's a good idea. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, hang on one second. What, did you have something to say, John?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yep.
The photo you have there showing it from the road,
Yeah.
missing vegetation. All right. You see those big, I think they're cedars on the right of that photo.
Sorry,
I can
John.
see it right now, but the answer is yes, probably. That's kind of all that's growing out there.
Yeah, the black pines.
But what was your point, John, about the cedars?
Well, I can't see the picture. I can't explain it.
Help somebody. Time's a wasting.
We're coming, John. Give me 1 second.
Oh boy. Hey, okay.
That's it right there. Oh, back it up, please. All right, hold it right there, please.
Yep.
Okay. All right, my turn to speak.
Yes, indeed, John, go.
Okay, I make a suggestion for those, I think they're cedars, I'm not sure, on the right. If you go from that low spot, run something with height to it, going up to where you go in the road and turn to your right, where those stakes are. If you do this side of that and get it up there the same height as them, and then come back down here to this stone on the left and fill that in, that should solve the view. If you can put them in at, say, 8 to 10 feet high and let them grow, that'll cut out all of the problems.
I think that's a good point, John.
It's just a suggestion, you know?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think it was Diane that made a motion to hold this hold both of them, actually. We're talking about both of these applications at 316 Pulpus Road. Hold the applications for some proposal as to how we could remediate the issues. Was that your motion, Diane?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. On the motion, Val.
Aye.
Very good, Abby. Abby may have stepped.
Aye.
Oh, there she is. Okay, great. John?
My question first, please. On number 16 is an as-built retaining wall.
Yes.
17 is to change copper, supposed to be, the roof
Yeah.
layout. I agree with the copper roof layout. You might not.
Yeah, he's gonna come back to us with a proposal for all of that, John. So are you in favor of the motion? John?
Is my suggestion accepted?
Yes, he's gonna come back with a proposal.
Okay, I'm going to take a view it, so, okay. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So you're in favor, and Diane on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor too, so motion carries. Thanks, we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, now we come to the fun part of the evening. Do we have somebody here to represent this Pleasant Street?
Yes, you do.
Where?
Erica.
I'm here.
Oh, that's funny. I was checking the queue. I don't see you.
I
But
am on.
I hear you. Oh, there you are. Okay. Did you just come on?
I've been watching it on YouTube and then I just
Oh,
popped on. Zoom.
okay. Yeah, very clever. Okay. So you have the full board, the regular board. Tell us what's going on. I think most of us are pretty aware of the issue. It's your
Okay,
turn to speak.
you ready for me?
Yep,
We're
we're ready
ready.
for you. Yep.
Okay, so with all due respect, I'd like to note my concern about Commissioners Pohl and Coombs sitting on this application tonight. I feel they have both expressed pre-prejudice by speaking to the newspaper. On March 18th, 2021, Mr. Pohl said the building is sitting there doing nothing. Now the town's hoping the HDC will say it's
Hey,
fine.
Erica, I'll happily recuse, happily.
And what
Um,
about Miss Coombs? She said on
up-
September 20th that she'd
It's
be a
up to-
resounding
it's up to
no.
her. So Abby gets to chair. Happily recuse, happily. And then I'm going to continue to talk to the press.
Diane, are you going to recuse?
For what reason? I was asked a question
Because
by
you already said that you'll be voting a resounding no without even reviewing the application yet.
No, if you read the whole thing, Erica, I said at the beginning I was against it because it
You
was
voted
against
for it.
You voted for it. And I actually have quotes of what you said during that meeting.
back when you came on as an emergency.
It wasn't an emergency.
Here, wait, guys, I'm not sharing this, but I do have to step in as a point of order. First of all, I want to establish one thing. Abby,
Yes,
I believe you're going to chair this, okay?
yes, I understand.
And Abby, I
Yes.
also would like to reserve the right as a citizen to be able to speak my mind.
Okay.
Actually, sorry, I can't do that. If you are recusing on an application as a member, you cannot speak. So I will heed that. That was from town council. Anyway, so rather than back and forth, I'm just going to make a suggestion. Abby is chairing this. It's up to Diane as to whether or not she's going to recuse. So I'm muting now.
Okay, can I just find out who my board is?
Yeah, I don't know what does it have to do with what I voted for 2 years ago or whatever. I said I wanted to see the plans that were being projected. I have mentioned other things, other people in the newspaper for ages, and nobody else has been thrown off a board. I would like to get some legal.
Asking you to be thrown off the board. I'm just noting for the record that you said to the paper that you would be voting a resounding no. And you also made a comment that the town doesn't know how much it would hurt Nantucket financially to lose its designation as a National Historic Landmark. Are you
Right.
saying that this application would do that?
This application has to be considered on what maintains the historic value of the island.
Like
I
a
have no
6-foot
idea
retaining
whether
wall?
we would, I
Or
have
a
no
house
idea,
that was
Erica.
built?
Could I just finish?
Sure.
I have no idea whether we would lose the historic value that we have, but we do have a historic value that the federal government has given us. And I think it's important in many cases, if you listen to what I say on a lot of cases, it's important to keep the historic area as much as we can what it is. I said at the end of the paper that was a week ago that I would look at what was proposed. I didn't say I never would vote for it. I said I found it hard and that I wasn't in favor of it. But I didn't say ever, did I ever say I wouldn't listen to what proposals you had? So you can,
We will agree to disagree.
Okay, all right. So I just to make it clear, John, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. And Val, are you there?
I am here.
Okay, great. Carrie
I am here.
and Stephen?
I'm here, and I'm no wilting lily, but I do believe it's Jesse's turn. But if he's not here, I will certainly stand.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, Jesse, okay. So that's the board.
Abby, are you saying I am not on the board then?
I think you and sorry,
Ray.
Erica just made an agreement that to disagree. So I think you can be on it. So maybe we just need just Carrie. So all right, so it's myself, John, Val, Carrie, and Diane.
Excellent. So can I actually go on with my presentation now?
Yes, please, Erica, present. Yeah.
Thanks, Abby. So I just want to note that the town has been, sorry, I'm prepared, Mark, so I'm sorry I'm not looking straight at the camera, has been very transparent with this proposal and presented the application to the HDC 2 years ago. And at that time, I stated I was there to see how the HDC felt about moving the trailer to 131 Pleasant Street. It was not an emergency move. It was it had first been used as a classroom and then as a temporary trailer at Myacomet Golf Course, and Myacomet was done with it because they had finished building their new clubhouse and they wanted to know where it should go. So I came to the HDC and said, we're thinking about moving it to 131 Pleasant Street. I specifically said, it's up to you, completely up to you. If you don't want it here, it doesn't need to go here. And I also stated that it would be used for meeting space temporarily for however long it was to be there, but I didn't know the time frame of how long it would be there because it was going to be up to the select board and the Affordable Housing Trust to develop its timeline for the affordable housing plan that they agreed upon at a select board meeting. I also want to note that no one, with the exception of John, had any concerns that were voiced. No one said any issues about moving it to this location. And in fact, Diane said it was important that we were reusing the building because our taxes wouldn't go up. And it was only after John's concerns about how long it was going to be there did Ray add the 2-year stipulation to the motion. I realize that the building is considered unattractive, but it hasn't changed since it was first permitted as a classroom space at the elementary school. And actually my son went to class in that building. And it hasn't changed since it was a temporary clubhouse at Myacomet. So it's no surprise how it looks. We haven't tried to pull anything over the HDC. Again, I feel like we've been incredibly transparent. Obviously, with COVID, our plans got put on the back burner because as the town, we had many other priorities to be dealing with. And because of the remote meetings that we've been having because of COVID, there hasn't been the urgency to put this forward. But knowing that the law for remote meetings may or may not expire in April, we need meeting space. So I am here to request an extension to keep this building there. It is very much needed meeting space for when we do go back to in-person. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Erica. Is there Holly, is there anything from historic?
No
This is
information
Mid-Island
from
where they dump
HSAB.
everything, so no.
Yeah.
No, but sometimes that we do have historic comments because it is the whole island is historic. So would anybody like to start?
I would.
Oh, Val, love it.
Thank you, thank you. So the fact that this poor little trailer causes so much controversy makes me apoplectic. I don't get it, okay? The town bought this. It has served this town very well. So it's ugly. It's temporary. And temporary in trailer world at the school, I think there was one at the sewer department, Myacomet, if that was the same one. Temporary can be a couple of years. Now, what happened once this got moved, COVID hit. And once COVID hit, everything shut down. Additionally, I do believe, Erica, I would look into this. I think all permits extended automatically because there was no process in place to make up for this wacky thing we have to deal with, this COVID virus.
That's my understanding too.
Right. So really, truly, I don't think you even need to be here and apply for this. But here's the thing. It has served the town very well. the money spent to move it here would just be flushed down the toilet if we all said, oh my God, there's an ugly building there that's temporary, let's move it. I think it's the fiscally responsible thing to let it stay here. It's here, it's ready to use, and let's move on from the ugly trailer bull that we keep reading about in the paper and reading letters and everybody's up in arms. We're not going to lose our historic designation on this. We're going to lose our historic designation once there's a bazillion turbines out there. But the fact is, this is an innocent little trailer serving the town. Let's let it go.
Okay, thank you, Val.
I'll go.
Okay, Diane.
The when it was put there, we were given, because otherwise we wouldn't have put the thing on 2 years to bring it around. I think that it is the entryway to the Mid-Island. I am not the only person who does not think it's attractive. I think to approve a building that is so well disliked by the townspeople who do pay the taxes, that it should be considered. I don't say get rid of it. If you wanted to use it for a meeting house, it should be taken up and put behind the police station. There's plenty of room. It was supposed to go to the DPW, but that didn't get done. And I don't think we need it in the middle of the place that everybody comes to, coming in from Nantucket, coming in from Wisconsin, going out of town. I don't think that visitors, of which this is what we are concerned about particularly, find it attractive. I think that they probably would be rather taken back. One of the missions, as I've stated many times before this, that the mission is to get a building and have it fit in with the surroundings for the tourist trade and business, and it should fit in easily. That's my easiest way of saying what the mission is. This building does not fulfill that. Another building could. I find it sort of odd that they paid $156,000 or $154,000 to put on a foundation, which, as far as I know, I don't remember approving that, and $24,500 for planting. I think the planting can be used and have a house that fits it, make it a park that people can use or do something, but not greet the people as the focal point of the Mid-Island area that we are trying to fit in and accept new buildings like the Downy Flake and all that stuff. Do we want this and then a mall up the street? I think it's important to keep an area that is well used. There are houses and stuff in it that people have worked hard to maintain. Stop and Shop spent 2 years with us to get a building that was somewhat acceptable. I think that with simplicity, they could pick it up and take it behind the police station, which is probably where it should have gone in the first place. And they can use it for meetings out there. They can use it for COVID out there to get shots. It's available, there's parking. And I believe that it's good because I don't think there's very much parking available at this particular spot. So they're going to go over and use this Stop and Shop's parking, and that's not proper. I think we have to concern ourselves with how it sits and think of how it looks and how it's going to look. I think we should put it behind the police station and have it set up and do what it's supposed to do, and have something else go into that gateway to the Mid-Island.
Thank you, Diane. Carrie?
Thanks. As I understand it, this is basically a new application for something that was allowed to be here temporarily. And in looking at the building, it has nothing to do with Nantucket architecture. From the metal stairs to the 1/1 windows to the flat roof with the overhang to on the side, I'm aware of weird air conditioning units and a ramp on the backside. Architecturally, it is not appropriate. And I think it either has to move, or if it has to stay in place, it needs to be renovated to what would probably be the cost of moving it. And I think we just can't have it. I mean, we just saw an application. I was not sitting on it, but there were many things that were not approved on that building, and the homeowners are going to have to do all sorts of things to mitigate the mistakes they had made. And I think I don't understand why the town of Nantucket would want to present this anywhere in a spot this prominent. And I would think that they would also appreciate our mission as the HDC and want to comply and help us with our mission.
Right, I think that's thank you, Carrie. John, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Could I hear from you on this?
I beg your pardon?
What do you think about extending this?
What I think about it? I think it stinks. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen happen to this island. That thing came down here and they put it out near the sewer beds. And they used it there for housing, I guess, offices, whatever. And then he moved it here, moved it there. But who is responsible for not getting the permits from the HDC to begin with?
We approved it.
It's been approved.
Wait a minute, you let me finish, please. Okay?
Go ahead, John.
All right, thank you. The thing to do is find out, well, first thing you got to do is get rid of it. All right? Now you have a man that here is, he does our road repairs, right? And he has a barge and he has taken more metal off of this island in the last 20 years and there's no problem. You've got the land bank out there. They got plenty of bucks. They're not worried about money. They can pay to have this thing, put the wheels back on, take it down, put it on Victor's barge, and he'll take it over to America, probably to IS or New Bedford, and get rid of it. That's all you got to do. You got to get it off this island, nothing else. Leaving it here is not going to help because those in power that made the decision to move these things, those are the ones you want to hit. I'm sorry, it's not right. This is a piece of trash. It doesn't meet anything on Nantucket unless it's a garbage bin. So I'm saying I would not vote for this. It is terrible. Now, there's a second feature. The second feature is if you plywooded the outside of it all the way around, leave the windows and not plywood, shingle it all the way around, put a small gable roof on it, the whole length of it, a small roof that can be shingled, and that hides the whole outside of the building. And where do you get the money for this? It's the same place they got the money to move it. You get it from the town. You get the land bank, let the land bank give a little money to this restoration and get it out of here. Those 5 members can make a vote that they want to buy it for $1 and let the town give them for $1 and let them take it out of here, would be helpful. You don't need this kind of stuff on Nantucket. I used to own a house trailer here years ago, and I got rid of it. I had Mr. Guacki come and smash it up. Anyway, you got to get rid of the thing. That's all you can do. Anybody that says if they had to fix this and make it nice, there's a lot of town buildings you ought to start tearing down and get rid of because they're not effectual. So I'm going to say that's it.
Okay, thank you, John. I appreciate that.
Wait a minute. I'll wait for the vote. Thank you.
We're not voting yet.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the board, and I agree with a lot of that's been said, and I think it's too high a profile site to have this kind of architecture. I mean, we are the HDC and we
I'd
stand.
like to speak again when
Okay,
you're
just
done.
hold on, Val.
Yeah.
If you would. So, you know, I think the permit should not be renewed. So, Val, would you like to add something?
Yes, please. Thank you. I just want to reiterate a couple of things. It's temporary. They're not asking for it to stay here. They're not asking for it to fix up. The town has allocated and spent money to put it here to use it. If they have to, Erica, put a sign on it that says, this is temporary. I find this is such a brouhaha over nothing. And you know, I am the staunchest Mid-Island advocate that there is, because I'm a Mid-Island girl from cradle to grave. I fight for Mid-Island constantly. I see something that is temporary in front of me that my town, whether it's right or wrong, has spent money on, and to make them move it and spend more money seems crazy to me. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, thanks, Val.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
How long is temporary, and couldn't they put it permanently somewhere that it is not seen at all? So it's a one deal shot, pay to move it and leave it there, and you have a permanent structure. No?
Right. So I think a lot of this is beyond, like, we don't have to figure it out. We're really here to vote on whether we want it to extend for it's here for 2 years. That time is up. And now we only have to vote on whether we keep it here or not. I think that's simple.
How long?
Don't have to figure out how much money was put in it, where it's going, or what's going to happen to it. I mean, that's considerate, but I don't think that's on our plate tonight.
Madam Chair, I just want to let you know you do have comments from the public.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't.
I'm sorry.
Erica wanted to say something.
Am I allowed to rebut any of this before you take comments? Because there was a couple of questions and I'd like to actually answer them.
Okay, briefly, and then I should have gone to the public. Erica, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Diane noted that the foundation cost $150,000 and that it wasn't even permitted. That is not a foundation. It is sitting on concrete blocks, like Jersey barriers. And it's a skirt that was wrapped around it, the same skirt that was on it at the school and the same skirt that was on it at Maya Comet. Parking, we already said before that we were having a parking plan coming forward when we eventually get this figured out. The fact that Carrie said something about mitigating mistakes, I get that with a building that was built without permits, but I've done everything above and beyond what is required to move this building, including coming to the HDC and getting a building permit. John said that those in power who made the decision to move this building, they're the ones to hit. The HDC voted to move this building. We wouldn't have moved it and expended all this money if they hadn't approved it. We would never have moved it here. So I'm not sure the ones in power are not the select board and they're not town administration. They're the ones that sat on this 2 years ago and gave us permission to move it. I'd also like to say that I just think that's it's really unfortunate. I feel like the HDC, you know, back in March, there was a newspaper article that said that the town bullied the HDC into permitting this to be allowed to move it here. That is garbage. It couldn't be further from the truth. And again, we wouldn't have even done this if you didn't say yes. Now we've expended all this money, and now you're saying it needs to go. It is not worth moving again. If you don't approve it, it's going to the landfill. And that's not a threat, that's just the facts. We can't afford to move it again. It has outlived its cost value.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Erica. So to the public, how do I see who is out there to talk? Kadeem?
Oh, Madam Chair, we have Hillary Rayport who's has her hand raised. She's ready to talk. So Hillary, I believe you can do so.
Okay, thank you. I can't see who is in the queue, and so if you could help me, Kadeem.
Roger that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Hillary.
Thank you. I'll just make a couple comments. I did watch the recording, and what I heard in that recording was an emphasis on temporary and an HDC that really wanted to help and be accommodating. And I'm just wondering if maybe we could get back to that spot where we recognize the importance or meaning of temporary, and if it's really a if there's any such thing as temporary on the scale that's acceptable for this structure. And then also understand that the HTC, the other point was to get back to the idea of trying to help each other and understand one another's needs. The HTC has a really important mandate, and that they have to enforce design guidelines. I think it puts them in a really difficult position to ask for some kind of exception on the order of what we're looking at. And I think there are lots of people, lots of different organizations. So there's an element of fairness that unfortunately is, I think, a really, really large theme. And just speaking more globally, the idea of the design guidelines is to maintain the quality of the island. I think it's a real struggle to maintain the quality of an island throughout the entire built environment. And I think people on this commission work incredibly hard to do that. And they don't always succeed. And they really try to learn from mistakes. So we're seeing right now what everybody is deciding is a mistake. And I think the idea that I think people thought like we could put this down and then it would just be there for a couple of years and then it would be picked up again. And now, given how expensive it actually was to move and retrofit it, that seems foolish or something that's unacceptable. So I guess in summary, I really hope that the decision makers here can approach this with the spirit of trying to help, but also respecting one another's mission. And if that ultimately means that the town has to say, you know what, maybe we can't leave this trailer here another day, that would be something that's seen as something that's done for the community. And design guidelines they're important. I really expected to hear more discussion of screening, and I'm really glad that we're not hearing discussion of screening, because I think it's the sense that this could be screened. I mean, first there was a fence around it with a map of Nantucket, and that was supposed to make it better. A sign would make it worse. So the idea that this could be screened is, I think, part of the problem that got us to where we are today. So I hope those comments are helpful.
Hillary, that was really nicely said. I think you're right. We were originally trying to help the town, and temporary was the underlying word there. And
then COVID hit. Who knew anything about a pandemic?
Okay, Val. So, is there anybody else in the public that wants to be heard?
Madam Chair, there does not seem to be anyone else from the public with their hands raised or with concerns at this time, but Erica, the agent, is ready to go again.
Okay.
Chairperson.
Yes, John.
Yes, I would like to make one closing statement.
Okay.
Very short.
I was called on.
All right.
I'm sorry, Erica.
On Nantucket, All right, they form a committee. Let the selectmen appoint a committee. Call it a get rid of it committee, and have a 10-member commission sit down and go over it, and don't mess with it. Just get rid of it. That's it. Thank you very much, people.
Okay, John, thank you. Erica, did you want to say something?
I do. I appreciate Hillary's comments about fairness and design guidelines. And I just wanted to clarify, we didn't build this building new. We didn't design this building. It was previously permitted as presented by the school, by the HDC. And it was permitted by the HDC as a move on. So again, the thought that like we have to consider design guidelines, it's a building that we moved. It's not, we never represented that we were going to do any kind of design improvements or anything like that. Regarding the fence, I actually take a little bit of offense to that. The fence was a safety fence. It was not an aesthetic fence. We put the signs up because it was COVID and we were putting signs up everywhere. And the screening, we actually have money allotted for screening, but we've been given such negative feedback about using that money, we haven't installed it yet. So I feel like everything that we've tried to do to mitigate anything has been thrown back in our faces. And I really take exception to John's comments. It's very clear that he is pre-prejudiced about this and he could care less what I present. So thank you for your time tonight.
Okay, thank you, Erica.
Madam Chair,
Stephen, yes.
I'd just like to say, as a member of this commission, I'm a little bit ashamed. I'm not ashamed about the temporary nature. I'm not ashamed that if I would have sat on this, I would have voted no. And if I sat on it tonight, I would have voted for screening. It's a temporary structure. There was COVID, it happened. There was a reset in everyone's life for a year and a half. There's a state act that indicates that any permit that's been granted should be extended during that period. What I'm ashamed about is the way that this is being handled. I don't think that we should be, as a commission of volunteers or professionals or both, there seems to be, by some members, an air of taking a pound of flesh. And I really take exception to that. I do not volunteer my time 6 hours a week doing viewings, adding on preliminary reviews online, up to 8 hours a week to sit here and listen to this type of a digression. I just think it's really unfortunate. Regardless of the outcome, regardless of whether I disagree with a member of the commission or not, I would just ask that we begin to conduct ourselves with the decorum that suits this public body. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. So what do we want to do?
Can I make a motion and see what?
Okay.
See what it goes. I would make a motion to deny the extension of their application.
Okay. John, are you in favor of Diane's motion?
Abigail, would you repeat the motion, please?
Diane is making a motion to deny the request.
What request?
Not to not
extend
deny, to not review, not renew the application.
Oh,
That-
okay. Thank you.
John, did you hear Diane? To not renew the permit?
Yeah, do not renew. Yes, thank you very much.
Are you for Diane's motion? John?
Yes.
Are you in favor of Diane's motion to not renew the permit?
Do not renew it. Yes.
Yes.
I'm in favor. Yes.
Yes, you're not in favor. Okay, thank you. Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
I'm a no. I'm not in favor of wasting the town's money. And further, I think it's extended automatically, so Erica doesn't even have to be here.
And for not extending it as well. So that passes. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I must now say for the record that I will have to take advice from town council tomorrow because, as Stephen mentioned, and as a few others did bring up, I do believe that all permits granted during the COVID times are extended automatically. So there is some automatic extension for this approval. Like I said, I would want to go to town council before, I say anything further, but I do want to make that clear for the record.
Okay.
Wasn't that ended by Governor Baker?
It was not, Madam Chair, or sorry, Diane, but like I said, I will check with the town councilor tomorrow or as soon as possible, and I will get back to the board on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's
Okay,
fair.
thank you.
So this was unnecessary?
Yep.
Yep.
All this was unnecessary.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yep.
Where's our real chair?
Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you, Erica.
Thank you, Erica.
Diane.
Yes, thank you.
Abby,
Yes.
thanks. You are the real chair.
Well, I mean, then.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, so let's see. Gosh, is James on?
John is here.
Well, no,
James
actually,
is
I'm
here.
looking-
I do not see James here.
Okay.
I'm right here.
Oh, James is here. Forgive me,
Sorry,
James.
guys.
There you
Just been
are.
listening
Okay,
in.
great. So James, you probably know you're up next because we skipped over the workshop APD stuff.
I didn't know that. I was just enjoying the conversation.
Wasn't it great? Okay, so let's go to 30 Vestal Street. Everyone else who's on waiting for other applications, this will be the last application for this evening. We'll obviously roll this over until Thursday at 1 o'clock. Sorry if there were a lot of you, and I believe there were a lot of you waiting to have an application heard. It's going to have to wait. Anyway, James, what do you got for us at 30 Vestal?
This is a fairly simple application. The major portion of it is the expansion of a couple of the dormers that face the Vestal side street, as well as some changes to existing fenestration. There's no change to building masting minus the dormers. So that's the bulk of it. The bulk of it is roof work facing Vestal Street. So.
Time's up. Ray? Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
John.
I have a question.
Okay.
All right, what was the yes and no votes on this item?
The one that's under consideration right now, John?
Who voted in favor and who voted against?
Oh, I think you're talking about the previous application.
Mr.
right?
Chair, if you would like me to clarify for John, I'm happy to do so.
That
So we
would
can
be
continue on.
great. Thank you.
John,
Chairman, it happened again, 2 people at once. Now, please answer my question. Who voted to not renew?
John, to answer your question, Abby voted to not renew. You voted to not renew, and Carrie voted to not renew.
Right? Anybody else?
Val voted to leave it where it is.
Valerie.
And Diane.
And yes,
What about,
and Diane. Sorry, John was cutting in. I didn't want to cut him off, Diane.
Oh, okay.
Thank you,
So,
Mr.
hopefully that answers your question, John, but we do have one more application that I'd like to get through before we all adjourn for the evening. And James has been waiting so patiently for us to review this. Now, James,
yes,
I don't know whether it's your drawings or what, but
I
they
think
don't,
that's
they're really not
scan.
very clear at all.
Yeah, that scan is not great.
Not great as being polite. I mean, it's pretty awful.
I apologize.
Is this all we have?
I sent the hard PDF as well, just because the 8.5 by 11 version that's typically scanned often doesn't look very great. I could potentially share the exact same thing that you're looking at.
Hey, if
in a
you can
non-scanned
screen
version.
share, I think that would expedite things a lot.
I'll do that right now.
All right. Thank you.
So this should be more clear, and then I can drive very quickly. So I'll just give you the quick recap. You can see from the photos here, on the Vestal side of the street, there are 3 existing gable dormers at the top. See, 1, 2, 3. There's a larger gable dormer in the middle. What we're looking to do is expand the 2 gable dormers on the left and the right to mimic those, essentially at the same scale. And what I'll show you is where the scan didn't look too hot. We'll just go here to the elevations. Sorry. So this is what we were trying to look at before. So you can see the existing elevation here on the left.
Yeah.
2 smaller gable dormers and this 1 gable dormer in the middle. We're expanding those to be all the same size. And then we're also making the front entry symmetrical by adding a window that didn't exist before.
Hey, James.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is like an optical illusion, I think, because you say that the 3 dormers are now the same size. It actually looks like the 2 outward ones are bigger.
It's just
And,
the
and I
dotted
think the
line.
reason that is because they only have single windows in them.
Yeah.
The goal
Yeah,
is for them to be exactly the same. These
What?
The goal is for them to be exactly the same. The reason why we don't have multiple windows in them is because these are proposed to be bathrooms. So we have
All right.
plumbing
Well,
and other
let's just
things in the way.
continue the narrative, okay?
Sure.
I just want to make sure they were the same size. Okay.
Yes. The other additions to the plan are changes to the rear yard that cannot be seen. We're adding a window to the back bathroom. We're adding a door to the living room. And then we're also in this area adding some new windows from what used to be this asymmetrical layout here in the living room. So that's the bulk of the changes. And I look forward to your comments.
Okay, thank you. All right, board members, let's jump right in because we've got, just a few short minutes.
I'll start.
Okay,
Oh,
go
God.
ahead, Val.
I
Val,
think,
go.
James, the thing that's working against you and could be easily, this could have been maybe, I don't know if it would be consent, but the dormers are too big for the size of the window on the front of the house. If you can put in 2 windows and block them out on the inside if you have to or something, it's just disproportionate, a little window and then all of this face of shingles and stuff. So for me, that's the only thing it is. Everything else is fine.
I think that's what Ray was speaking to as well.
Yeah.
Really did.
Kinda, yeah. Okay, thanks, Val. Diane?
Yeah, those windows do look, and if you look at them very carefully, they all come to the same spot as far as as roof is concerned. And I think that the middle one shows maybe 1 single layer shorter than the other. So I think that's what makes it look smaller. I'm not sure. I think perhaps if you're going to keep the single windows in the other one, you ought to keep the single window in what looks like a smaller dormer.
Diane, are you suggesting putting 1 in the middle?
Yeah,
Is that what you're
1
saying?
right. Is that the bathroom or the other one's a bathroom?
The left and right are the bathrooms. The
the
center is
bath-
existing. Yes.
Is it a hallway?
It's like a sitting room at the top of the stairs.
Yeah. Okay, I understand that. It's fine. It's just I don't know why it looks smaller, but it certainly does. It's just one of those funny things.
I think it could be like maybe a stud's width off difference
James,
in
Yeah.
reality.
hang on. Let's just let the board members speak first, okay?
So anyway, that's all I have. I don't think it's bad or anything else to not fit in well there on Vesper Lane. So there you go.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Diane. Abby?
Oh, I'm afraid the bigger dormers have sort of taken all the charm this house has away. I mean, they're out of proportion, and they're, the 2 bathrooms are moving the agenda here. I mean, it's lost its aesthetic, and I just don't see that working for 2 bathrooms when that's right, what we'll see. So sorry to say.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Abby. John?
Yes, what is a motion, please?
Well, no motion yet. What's your opinion of this proposal with the dormers?
Okay, I'll have no comment. Thank you.
Okay. James, listen, I think the idea is that these 2 side dormers are kind of eclipsing the center dormer, which is kind of the reverse direction of where it should be going. So you might want to evaluate the windows and or the size of the dormers. That's all I have to say. But should we move for some minor revisions on this guy?
I'll make a motion to hold for small revisions.
Okay.
Minor.
Thank you so much, Diane. On Diane's motion, Val.
Aye.
Great. Abby.
Aye.
Okay. John. John.
Yes, I'm here.
Are you okay with the motion for some minor revisions?
I will vote the same as the chair. Thank you.
The chair is going to vote in favor of. Thank you, John. And let's see, Diane, that was your motion, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so Diane on your motion.
Aye, aye.
All right, so that motion carries unanimously. Okay, guys, listen, tough night,
Thank you,
but thanks for hanging in there, everyone. I really appreciate it. And I'll see some or all of you on Thursday at 1.
Woohoo!
Thanks, James. Go have yourself a glass of wine.
Good night.
Have a good evening, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.
Hey,
Good night, everybody.
Before we adjourn, guys, we want to take care of some minutes, September 14th, perhaps?
That'd be great. I'm sure Terry would appreciate that.
Okay, so can I have a motion?
Motion.
All right, so Dan's got a motion to approve the minutes of September 14th. On that motion, Val?
Kadeem, I already made a motion to adjourn.
No, hold that motion. We're approving minutes right now. So Val on that motion.
Okay, you're all right, Ray.
Hang on. Val, were
Oh, it
you
looks
in
like
or maybe
Val's
Val's
gone.
gone?
Now, motion to adjourn. Yeah.
All right, wait. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. John, on the motion to approve the minutes. John,
Yes,
are you okay to approving the minutes?
minutes, yes.
Okay, so that's an aye. So I have Diane Diane, you're in favor of your motion, right?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor too. So that motion carries 4 in favor. All right, now, John, I can take your motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
All right, so John has made a motion to adjourn. Before I take the votes on that, thank you once again, everyone, for sticking it out on a pretty tough night. On John's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Val, if you're there. John, on your motion.
Aye.
And who else do we got? Carrie, you there?
I'm here.
All right. You in favor?
Yep.
All right, great. And I'm in favor too. And Diane, are you in favor of your motion? Oh, no, John, are you in favor of your motion?
Somebody's in favor.
Okay. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. See you Thursday at
Night,
1
Kadeem.
p.m.
Thanks a million.
Thank you. Thank you, Kadeem. Thank you, Ray. Thank you,
My
Abby.
pleasure. Good night.
Carrie. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, Kadeem. Good night, Holly.